Okay, we are starting.
Friends, guests, and speakers, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please silence your cell phones and direct your attention to the screens.
The history of the Leadership Conference is really rooted in all the people you read about. The Dorothy Heights, the Roy Wilkins, the A. Philip Randolphs, the Arnie Aronson, the people who were really leading the charge of the civil rights movement.
The Leadership Conference is the coalition of national civil and human rights organizations around the country working to be a force multiplier to amplify the voices of the broad communities that we represent in a push to ensure a just and fair America.
When we talk about issues of racism and civil rights, it's a different conversation today. At that time, it was very much a black-white conversation. And today, bigotry takes many different ugly forms. It means anti-Muslim, anti-Jewish, anti-Latino, anti-LGBTQ, as well as anti-black racism.
We acknowledge the reality that this is a much more diverse country, and we need to be at the table with Latinos and Asian Americans and Native Americans. Democracy works when all of us have a voice.
People are not just one issue. They're often multiple issues. And so we've learned that interconnectivity throughout society is really, I think, one of the most powerful arguments to truly try to make social change. We became involved with the Leadership Conference well over 20 years ago because I believe we understood that a civil rights organization like the Leadership Conference really needed to include the disability community.
Latinos have always been at the front lines of civil rights movements. If we think back to the 60s, we were arm in arm with our black and brown brothers and sisters. So now is also the time that we need to be doing that. If you think about criminal justice and you think about how that impacts our communities, when you think about judicial nominations, how is that going to trickle down to us in the courts? It's extremely important. All of this work matters. We are a part of the United States, and we also need to make sure that our voices are represented at the table.
We need the organization that brings together all of the groups that are diverse and have different interests, but have so much in common. The Leadership Conference finds that common ground, brings us together, and puts that coalition to use to fight back and to push back.
And so we can speak through them directly into the halls of Congress and directly into the offices of leaders and influencers and decision makers in Washington, D.C. about our issues. And when we do it, we're speaking not only on our own behalf, we're speaking on behalf of this umbrella of civil and human rights organizations that really represents millions of people in the United States.
So part of what the Leadership Conference does is to provide the kind of convening space, but also to provide some space for strategic leadership, to drive how these fights need to be waged, to make sure that we're coming together, that we're aligned on messaging.
We wake up every day and there's a new challenge. And so we have to also wake up every day with stronger tools, with stronger commitment, with our full weaponry loaded and ready to engage this battle with those who have come to really push us back.
Times are tough right now. People are struggling regardless of the color of their skin. But people who are part of the Leadership Conference, every day they come to work at their organization, at the coalition table, fighting for those individuals. As long as we have this coalition, I'm confident that we will win.
Glory comes, it will be ours, it will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure, we will be sure. Oh, glory, glory, oh. One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours. It will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. We will be sure. Oh, glory, glory. See, the war isn't over, victory isn't won, but we'll fight on to the finish. And when it's all done, we'll cry glory, oh glory, oh, oh glory. We'll cry glory, oh glory, oh glory. One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours. It will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. We will be sure. Oh, glory. Oh, glory. Oh, glory, oh, glory, 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 oh, oh, glory.
Good afternoon, change makers. Welcome to We Are Democracy's opening plenary, hosted by the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights and the Leadership Conference Education Fund. Use We Are Democracy 2019 to follow the conversation online. As a reminder, please silence your cell phones. The conference is about to begin.
I'm Ashley Allison, and I'm the host of the brand new podcast for the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, Pod for the Cause. On this show, we expand the conversation on critical civil and human rights challenges of our day. So what do people need to do, the candidates need to do to get folks to show up for them like that? We talk census, justice reform, education, hate and bias, fair courts, voting rights, economic security, immigration, and human rights. We want to spark activism that drives positive change in our communities and country. That means millennials of color and allies, this show is for you. Subscribe to Pod for the Cause right now. No, I mean like right now, wherever dope podcasts are found.
Please welcome to the stage, host of Pod for the Cause, Executive Vice President of Campaigns and Programs, Ashley Allison.
What's up, everybody? What is good? What is good? How are you all doing? You look great. We are democracy. Welcome to our conference. I'm really excited. This is our first studio recording of Pod for the Cause, our podcast, the official podcast for the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, and I'm the host, Ashley Allison. We are so excited because every show, if you don't watch, you should watch, like the video told you, but every show we start off with the Pod Squad, and I have an amazing one with us today. First, we have Cecile Richards, who is the co-founder of Supermajority, Mayra Macias, who is the executive director of Latino Victory Project, and Alicia Garza, who is the co-founder of Black Lives Matter Global Network and Supermajority. Welcome, Hot Ones! Okay, so we're just gonna get right to it. I think everyone probably has noticed, but next year, in less than a year, there is an actual election happening in this country. I know, it can come soon enough. But we saw record numbers of women, people of color, young people engaged in 2018 and elected in 2018. What do you think candidates are going to have to do to keep that momentum, keep that interest, and keep that turnout coming to ensure that we elect people in 2020 that believe in civil and human rights? So why don't we start with you?
Well, thanks so much, and thanks to the Leadership Conference for doing this. I think it's really important a year out to make our plans and then work our plan, because I think a lot of people have been waiting for this election since 2016. And it's a real opportunity, right? I mean, it's about time. But I think what we're seeing, and you mentioned 2018, which was a banner year, more women of color going to Congress than ever in our history. But also for folks who were just following 2019, the Commonwealth of Virginia, just absolutely electing. I mean, I won't even go through the list, but it's just so exciting. So I think people are ready for this election. I do think it's important. I mean, we're watching what was the most diverse cadre of candidates in the Democratic field, but it's getting winnowed down. And I think it's going to be really important for women and people of color to see a ticket that represents the entirety of the United States of America. I think that's going to be really important to keep people's energy up. And frankly, that's what our democracy deserves. That's what the people of America deserve.
I could not agree with you more. Myra, what's your take on this?
Yeah, so at Latino Victory, the crux of our organization is really candidate focused. We believe that when you have progressive Latinos on the ballot, Latinos will turn out to vote. And we believe that because down ballot candidates of color know how to engage our communities. They know where to meet the voters. They know how to create entry points of access, which we have seen is really critical to expanding the electorate and really engaging people that haven't engaged before. And I think what we learned in 2018 that we did really well, learning from the lessons of 2016, is that there's an assumption that fear is enough of a driver to get folks out to vote. And it's just not enough. Yeah. What we saw in 2018 was that you needed to have bold candidates that articulated a vision for a more inclusive country, a more inclusive democracy, government that's representative of the people that have often felt neglected by this system. And so what we need to see in 2020 are more candidates that are not just bashing Trump, right? That are putting forth a vision of progressive policies that are really gonna help lift the middle class, acknowledge that we have a working class that is suffering right now, acknowledge that people of color exist and are the backbone of our Democratic Party. And as long as we have these candidates that are speaking these values and engaging communities where they're at, I think we're gonna be in a good place.
What about you, Alicia?
I couldn't agree more. I feel like everybody said exactly what needed to be said. I'll just go into a little bit of depth. I mean, I'm a little bit terrified about the field right now. And the reason I'm terrified is because, we have billionaires who are buying their way onto the stage, and more, the women and the people of color and the women of color are not able to stay on that stage. What's scary about that to me is that 2020 is 100% going to be a turnout election. And if we don't see ourselves reflected, then I worry that our communities will not show up. So the way to deal with that is to make sure that we push who's left to talk about the issues that we care about, but also not just from a race-neutral perspective or a gender-neutral perspective. We have to be able to talk about issues the way that people experience them every single day.
Yeah.
That's why it's important to have candidates of color and women who are running, not just for representation's sake, but because we can speak to the experience of what it means to be left out and left behind, And we know how to engage people in developing the kinds of solutions that don't leave anybody behind anymore. I also think that it's important that we have candidates who spend more than 10 minutes in our communities. We talk about this all the time, that voter engagement is a year-round process. And I think that some candidates are starting to get that, but some candidates haven't really picked that up yet. And frankly, you know, they're going to see the impacts of that when we get to July, and also, of course, when we get to November. So our job, I think, is to make sure that from our end of things, that we're making sure that folks are turning out, not from a place of fear, as you said, and also not from a place of like trying to prop up political parties. We have to make sure that people are turning out because we understand what's at stake for us. I'll just say in closing, you know, I spent time in Georgia when Stacey Abrams was running for governor and obviously won. And, you know, one of the things that was so amazing to me is that in polling stations in Black and brown communities where there were polling machines with no plugs, for example, people were standing in lines for 3 and 4 hours, and it was hot. People were standing with their babies on their hips, or
committed to vote.
Committed, and you know why they were committed?
Why?
It wasn't just about Stacey.
That's right.
It was about understanding that what they were trying to do was keep people from being able to have a voice. And when folks got that, they realized this is about us, right? And if we don't stand up and if we don't show up, nothing's going to change. That's what I think is going to make a difference in 2020.
Cecile and Alicia, you both mentioned how diverse the candidate field. We actually have more people still joining the race, surprisingly, as if there was not already a whole host of candidates. But even this week, we lost the only Black woman running in the Democratic Party. Now, let's just be clear, the Leadership Conference does not believe civil rights is a partisan issue. It's a people issue. And right now, the contested field is on the Democratic side, so we're going to talk about that.
Correct.
Why do you think it's so hard for women of color, women, people of color, to stay in the race, to run, to get on the debate stages? I mean, if we want candidates to look like us and represent the country, like you said, they have to be able to actually sustain their elections. What do you think that, Myra, or any of you, what do you think about that?
So we actually endorse Julian Castro and grapple with this internally all the time because, you know, he didn't make the debate stage the last debate in Atlanta. He hasn't polled enough to make the debate stage in LA. And part of what we see, I mean, there are two sort of chicken and egg issues here. One, the issues that these candidates of color, and in particular Julian, is tackling are really intersectional, really nuanced issues that might not poll well in Iowa and New Hampshire. And the way that our primary system is set up is that most of the media attention is focused on Iowa and New Hampshire. There's some in South Carolina, but most of it is in Iowa and New Hampshire. Iowa and New Hampshire do not reflect the diversity of our party or our country. And so a lot of the issues that get uplifted and get coverage in the media are issues that are not fully relevant to people of color, right? They're not very nuanced, intersectional issues. And so I say it's a chicken or the egg thing because when we've been talking to folks in the media, you know, they're asking us, well, do you think if we changed the caucus calendar, there'd be an opportunity for more diversity of conversation, issues that really affect communities of color, issues that affect women. And part of it is yes, but also part of it is the media continues to cover these issues in Iowa and New Hampshire. And so it's really, really hard. And that's not delving into, you know, the bias and the scrutiny that candidates of color face and the higher standard they're held to than their white male colleagues. But just in the basic sort of outline and parameters of our current system, it's a chicken and the egg issue of whether it's the calendar or the media's the onus on either or of why there are certain issues that get the coverage that continue to propagate this notion of like viability for the candidates, electability,
likable.
Exactly.
Yep.
So what do you think?
Oh my God, I have so many feelings about this. I mean, I just
tell us. Please.
No, because I think it's. I'll be honest, it's been a very discouraging few weeks, and I think for those of us who have believed that finally we had people representing on the stage at the high, you know, at the national level, finally people who were different, looked different than all the previous presidents, with one exception, combined, was an exciting thing. And now I feel like we are getting reduced back to a system that benefits people who look like the folks who've always been president. And this, we were talking backstage about this whole, somehow now electability has become sort of the code word for you've got to be of a certain gender and a certain race if you're actually going to be a
not of it.
And that cuts out, a lot of folks.
None of it.
A lot of folks would be true. And I think the other thing we have, there are all the systemic things that Myra mentions. This is, the primary system, but until we have public financing of campaigns, we are never going to solve some of these problems. Because if you can buy your way onto the stage, there is no way, even the most successful, hardworking, and I happen to know Kamala Harris was one of the hardest working candidates I have ever seen. You cannot compete with people who can write a check to get into the Democratic primary. And the other thing I will mention, because I guess it's been so much on my mind, is 2/3 of political reporting is still done by white men. Exactly. And so, and some of them I'm sure are very good reporters, but until we begin to have a media and a reporting system that actually reflects the diversity of this country, we are not going to get fair reporting, and there is going to be a double standard for candidates that are women, that are people of color, and anyway, there's a lot of work that we have.
This is the topic I love and hate to talk about a lot. The country saw a female nominee last election cycle.
Yes.
And we know she was not successful. And we know there was one population of people also, there were a lot of people, but there was a specific population of people, white women, who were like the headline story. Now, one fact check is that right after the election, people said 53% of white women didn't support Hillary Clinton. Doing some data analysis is more like 47%, but that's still a lot. What do we need to do, or do we need to do anything to try and get that 40% of white women who did not support Hillary Clinton to support civil and human rights?
So as the white woman on the stage,
I didn't want to point
anybody out. I know you
out.
want to look at me, but I just want to
I
own
didn't want
this.
to do that.
And I'm happy to take this because I think it's something Alicia and I talk about all the time.
Yeah, we do.
That there is, and as a white woman, I think it's important too, not only that we reflect the fact of where white women were in that election, but it's really important we reflect too where women of color were in that election, because they overwhelmingly supported Hillary Clinton. They've been the most progressive voters for our entire history. And so even when we tell, right? So let's actually do some education for the American people about the fact that a lot of folks have been basically carried by women of color for our entire history. And particularly black
women.
That's right.
I will say that.
I think it's important to complete that picture. Also, though, if I could just say, as much work as we have to do with white women, and we do, and I think that's work that Alicia and I have been doing around the country, people who really voted against Hillary Clinton are white men, okay? So I think it's also important to recognize that there's a lot of work that a lot of people could be doing. But anyway, but I think in terms of talking about women, it is really important. That's the work that Supermajority is doing now to build a multiracial, intergenerational community of women who are going to get this right and are actually going to work together, because the issues that women have in common in this country are so deep and so profound, and I think that's what we've been seeing from Detroit to Des Moines to Austin. And I do think it means intentional work. It means talking about things where we have way fallen short and committing to do better. Yeah. I think the interesting thing, I didn't want to bring a lot of statistics because I think about this a lot, is we just did it at Supermajority. We just did a national poll that was, a wide sample, included a disproportionate number of women of color, but when you actually then do the numbers back to sort of what the population is, it's really quite interesting. We asked a question of, has life gotten better for women under Donald Trump or worse? Okay? I don't think that would be a hard question for most of us to answer. But the fascinating thing is, independent women by 22 points, life has gotten worse for women. White women by 12 points, and that includes a lot of, obviously, Republican women, life has gotten worse. obviously Latinx women, African American women, college educated women, 41 points. I think life has gotten worse under Donald Trump. I think but that doesn't mean, that is a static number.
Right.
And we actually have to do this work to really talk about.
Because people vote against their self-interest all the time.
Right, but also I feel like sometimes we don't do the work to say, this is actually what's happening.
Yeah.
This who's on your side, this who's not on your side. And I hope that's the work we can do at Supermajority heading into 2020, where, I mean, our goal is to run the largest woman-to-woman voter contact program in the country and turn things around.
Alicia, not that you have to speak for all Black people. No one should, though some try.
Okay.
So you're off the hook, at
All
least
right,
on
all
Pod
right,
for the
all
Cause,
right.
okay? But you, along with some of amazing people, started this new, vibrant life of the civil rights movement called Black Lives Matter. It started after Trayvon Martin. Just yesterday, George Zimmerman
Acting
came
a
for their
fool, as
family.
per
It just
usual.
won't
Yes.
stop. And very few people are actually even saying Black Lives Matter on debate stages. Some are. I'm not going to call because I don't have all of them who said it, but they don't really talk about it. What do you think, in your opinion, it will take? I mean, Black people, particularly Black women, we will vote. And we vote in our self-interest.
Yes, we sure do.
Because we know what we need.
Yes, we sure do.
And we know what a lot of people, help a lot of
We're
people.
crystal
We are
clear.
crystal clear what we need and want. But what do you think it will take to make sure that Black women, Black people show up in this primary season to elect someone that will make their issue first, that will say, Black lives matter, your lives matter, trust Black women, and not just say it, but then actually trust them?
Yep. Well, what it takes is long-term candidate engagement. And to be honest, earlier I said it takes candidates who spend more than 10 minutes in our communities, and it's really true.
Right.
I've spent the last 6 months talking to candidates, and I can tell you that the ones who have been proactive about reaching out and not just saying, how can we get a photo together, but instead saying, I really want to understand how it is that race shapes these issues, and I want to talk about what it is that Black folks want to see happen, are the candidates that then project that in their public appearances. And there are some that are doing that. I think the thing I worry about is that our opposition is also very smart about the power and the role of Black communities and Black women in particular. And so they are advancing a strategy right now that is targeting Black men in particular.
That's right.
In relationship to backlash, right? So if we understand this moment as backlash to the first Black president of the United States in the history of this country, then we also understand that all of the social movements that have emerged since then, Occupy Wall Street, Me Too, Black Lives Matter, right? There's a backlash to that as well. And, we all know that Black people are not going to, en masse, vote for the Republican Party.
Right.
It's just not going to happen. But it doesn't have to in order for the Black vote to be split.
Yeah.
And so when we see things like Blacks for Trump, I don't think that we should look at that and say, oh, well, it's important to have diversity of thought, because that's not what's going on. What's going on is that there is a concerted and targeted effort to prey upon pressure points in our communities, whether it be around immigration reform, whether it be around sexual violence and harassment in the workplace or in our homes. And it's being taken in such a way where it is being used to turn some Black voters into swing voters around issues that are imperative to the future of this country. So, with that being said, I do think that it's important for us to be paying attention and not laughing at the Kanye Wests of the world who are sitting in the White House talking to Donald Trump and the administration about right-wing policies to address problems in our communities, whether that be opportunity zones, whether that be other ways of kind of pandering to Black people around the economy that we've wholly been locked out of. And I think what that takes is real, targeted, and honest conversations amongst us about what our actual interests are and who else we need to be in relationship to. Let me say one more thing about this effort to target cisgender Black men in particular. I spend a lot of time online, And a number of things that I see concern me. One thing that I see is this narrative that because Black people and Black communities have been underinvested in by the Democratic Party, the line from our opposition is that you should leave the Democratic Party and vote for Donald Trump or don't vote at all. And I want to tell you that that is resonating with people. I want to say that that is resonating with people.
I would agree.
And so what we've got to do is meet people where they are, in the sense of, it is true that the Democratic Party has left communities of color behind. That's true. But how do we do the work to get us to a different conclusion about what to do about it? Right? So we can't be telling people, oh, that's not true, right? We've got to say, that is true, and we can do something about it, but we can't do it alone. We've got to do it in relationship and in solidarity with other people that are being left behind in all kinds of ways as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with everything you said, but I also think the recent administration's policies, particularly to immigrant communities, has been devastating, disgusting, and
horrific.
Horrific, yes. And there are immigrants that represent every shade of color on this stage.
Black immigrants.
Black immigrants, white immigrants, brown immigrants.
All over.
But there are Muslim immigrants. There are just people, the narrative about who is an immigrant in this country is false.
Right. Correct.
But Myra, on the border, with family separation, it is definitely a targeted effort on the Latinx community. And I'm wondering what you're hearing in your community when you're going out and talking about engaging from voters about, are they going to show up? Who are they thinking represents them the most on the current candidates? Or are they just so terrified right now that they just would rather not engage?
Before I answer that, I wanted to uplift something that Alicia said about picking away at the Black vote, because that has been happening with the Latino vote, particularly in Florida. I mean, we lost a Senate seat, we lost a gubernatorial race, and the onus is always on, well, Latino voters didn't turn out the way that they were perceived to turn out. And in fact, we need to flip that narrative, because Latino voters overwhelmingly voted Democratic. That doesn't mean that there's a sliver that are slowly getting chipped at, that are either not voting, they're not turning out, or they're voting for Republican candidates. And so it is terrifying, because these concerted efforts are effective if we're not addressing them head on. And in terms of the Latino community, something that we were actually in Texas a couple months ago, and after El Paso, went to Texas, because while we are a candidate-driven organization, and while our impetus is to get Latino voters out to vote, when our community is literally being hunted, you have to put voting aside for a quick second and make sure that your people are okay. So we went to Texas, and we wanted to hear directly from the Latino community on the border, but also all throughout Texas, because our fear is that these anti-immigrant, anti-Latino tactics and rhetoric are slowly going to be chipping away at people's motivation to vote, right? Because folks feel helpless. We're literally being hunted. We're targeted. And
fill out the census.
Right. And damage has been done there. And now there's so much more work that needs to get done to get folks to trust in this system that has been a cornerstone of our government for so long. And so we went and we had a huge town hall in El Paso, and held several smaller listening sessions, and did a statewide poll. And what we found was really encouraging, and a moment of so much darkness for the Latino community in Texas, but also across the country. It was encouraging to hear people say, I've never been involved before beyond voting, right? Voting is sort of like, it was like the ceiling. This is what we do, we vote. The fact that we're turning out to vote is enough. And we are living at a time where voting should be the bare minimum. If you're eligible to vote and you are voting, that's the minimum, right? We have to go and make sure that 5 other friends are voting. We have to go and make sure that folks who are new to this system understand the process. And what we found really encouraging was hearing stories of women that were in their 60s saying, this is the first time that I feel an impetus to get involved. Folks saying, I'm turning in my guns because while I am a gun owner, while I believe in the Second Amendment, what is happening is as you all said, horrific. And no child should have to fear going to school, going to Walmart, going to church, fear for their lives. And so I think that there's really a groundswell in Texas. Part of our statewide poll found that over 80% of Latinos, and this was kind of shocking to us, over 80% of Latinos across party lines found President Trump responsible for this anti-Latino, anti-immigrant rhetoric that is enabling and empowering white supremacists to go and commit a massacre in El Paso, right? So the connections are being made. We had a focus group, and again, Republicans and Democrats are alike, we're quickly making that connection within the first 3 minutes, which is something we hadn't really seen before. Now, what does that mean? What's at stake? There's a groundswell, there's momentum, but as you all know, we have to create the infrastructure to allow people the opportunity to be able to find an entry point into our democratic process. Because for so long, so many people were left out that if you are not familiar with sort of civil groups or in-state groups or national groups that do this work, it's really hard to get engaged. And so we have momentum, we have numbers that are showing us that Latino voters are motivated to vote in Texas. They're blaming Republicans for the lack of reform on gun policy. They're blaming President Trump for this increase in anti-Latino rhetoric. It is incumbent upon us to start creating infrastructures yesterday that are creating access to opportunity to engage, because if we don't do that, we're squandering an opportunity. And after your community is literally being hunted down, like what else is going to motivate voters beyond this election if we don't create the access to opportunities? We have squandered an entire generation of Latinos to engage civically if we don't do that hard work of organizing on the ground now.
And it can't just be Latinos standing up for Latinos. We have to, the Leadership Conference is a coalition for the whole sake is that we are stronger in coalition than fighting our individual battles. That's right.
Can I just say, just something that Myra, I think it's so great that all your reflections on Texas, and I'm a Texan, and it's really exciting to see like what's happening there. I think the other thing, though, I just would like to kind of add a layer here, which is there's a lot of folks on the ballot besides the President of the United States, right?
Yes.
And I think Alicia is kind of mentioning this. And I think one of the things that we're finding around the country is the excitement that people have. So, for example, in Texas, the first two Latinas ever to go to Congress, Sylvia Garcia and Veronica Escobar. That's incredible that it's the first time ever, but that's motivating for folks. And so I think that one of the other things we have to do is make sure we are lifting up local candidates who are more diverse, coming from different backgrounds, because a lot of the things, and I think a lot of the successes we've seen in states like our Commonwealth of Virginia is based on local grassroots organizing, candidates just getting in and doing it, before anyone was tapping them on the shoulder. I just want to think, I think that's a big part of what 2020 is going to be about. It's not all about the presidential.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because something also happened in Kentucky in 2019.
That's right.
And I think there is this narrative of what this country is that is not true. You can elect people who believe in progressive values and want to re-enfranchise people, want to create pathways to citizens, but we are told that you have to be the moderate or the centrist to be able to win, and you don't. You can actually want to bring people to have a seat at the table and be able to engage civically and still win. That's right. We're coming up to our last question, and I want all the candidates listen to this show. I don't know if you knew that, but
well, hey,
from the bottom to the top, all the way up, in case you didn't know. When they're listening, if you could tell them one thing about what they need to do, Donald Trump included, if you want to talk to him, but Donald Trump included, what would be the one thing you told those candidates that they needed to do to get people to turn out to vote and actually represent the people as the country is? Who wants to start?
I can start.
Okay,
because this is something that I've been grappling a lot as head of a progressive organization, and we find ourselves at this critical juncture in our country where there is tension between radical imagination of envisioning a bold country with bold policies that are really going to empower and uplift so many people that have been left behind by this current system. And then this emancipatory pragmatism, which is the realization that people are dying, people are hungry, and we need action now. And so I think that this tension is a good tension to have. But what I would advise any presidential candidates is to not fall victim of wanting to have an immediate solution now, because we do know that there's a lot at stake. As you mentioned, the Latino community has been target one from the first moment that this president started his campaign. But again, we have this beautiful opportunity to really re-envision what our country and what our government could be. And it would be a shame if we don't take advantage of this time, of the number of people that are engaging for the first time. And so we have a responsibility and an onus to make sure that we are finding a balance, but that we are still dreaming boldly. Because again, if we squander this moment, how many generations of first-time voters are going to feel disenfranchised or not engaged or left behind by the system? And how many more cycles is it going to take to re-engage them? And so the tension is good, but I would really advise folks to look at this from a larger historical perspective. And while Trump is damning and hurtful, and we need solutions now, we also need to think radically and big, because the country and democracy's future really, really rests on that. Alicia, Cecile?
Okay, good. I have so many things, but I'll just go with two. Okay. So the first thing, just following up off of what you said, Myra, which was important, the job of an elected official is to make the impossible possible. It is not to uphold what has always been. And in fact, the most important changes in this country have come from people who have dared, right? Not just to imagine what our future could look like if things were different, but who also dared to take the first step. And so anybody who's going to get my vote is going to be thinking about that in that way. The second thing that I think is just super important is that I hope that we've learned from 2016 that you cannot not discuss the things that people experience every single day. Race and class and gender and disability, right? All of these things are how we live our lives, and we don't separate them into boxes. And so any candidate that wants to energize our base is somebody who can, with nimbleness, talk about, not just in sound bites, racism's an issue, but can actually have an analysis of how does race and gender and class keep people from getting the things that they need to live well? And how do we change the dynamic of power where essentially we are asking people to show up without returning anything? So race and class and gender is not something that turns people away from the polls. I think what we've seen is that it helps people run to the polls because they feel like we're being seen and that there's a possibility of change. Cecile, I'll let you have the last one.
So I'll be quick because it's flashing. Wrap up, wrap up.
Shut your mouth.
I guess it's sort of the same rule I would say that we have as leaders and organizers, which is talk less and listen more. And people are hurting in this country, and from every walk of life. And I wish more politicians would spend less time on the stage and more time in the neighborhoods. And I just think that's, we did this big poll of women across the country and asked, what's your superpower? And the number one superpower they listed was empathy. And I just think we need leaders at this moment who can listen to the American people and show empathy and appreciate the humanity of all people. If we can do that, we can win this election. So let's hope we do.
Let's hope we do, God willing. Yes. I couldn't think of a better group of people to be the Pod Squad to do it for the first time in front of a live audience. Thank you so much, Cecile, Myra, Alicia. Everybody give it up for the Pod Squad. Hey. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the show.
You're high.
Lights off the stage. Is the panel ready? Is the panel ready? Okay. Go on video. Go on video.
For my people everywhere, lending their strength to the years, to the gone years, and the now years, and the maybe years.
Florida, where one of the key issues on the ballot, whether or not people with prior felonies would be given the right to vote.
When we discovered we were black and poor and small and different, and nobody cared, and nobody wondered, and nobody understood.
Too often the legal system permanently bars people from having a voice in the decisions that matter. Our movement fights to restore voting eligibility for returning citizens who have served their time, but it's also so much bigger than that. This is a movement about our shared humanity, because if we take a moment to be proximate to one another, we learn that despite our differences, despite our politics, we can create something truly special. That is why we demand democracy.
For my people standing.
A huge victory in Florida.
Convicted felons across the state now have their voting rights restored.
Trying to fashion a better way from hypocrisy and misunderstanding. Let a new earth rise. Let a freedom-loving people come to growth. Let us all now rise and take control.
Welcome to the stage, co-founder and president of ECUS Labs, Stephanie Valencia.
We are super excited. I know we've got you guys after lunch, so hopefully we've got a great panel. If I can invite our panelists to come out here, we've got Virginia Case, who is the president of the League of Women Voters, Alexis McGill Johnson, who is the acting president of the Planned Parenthood Federation of America, Maria Town, and Judith with the Advancement Project. Welcome, ladies. We are super excited to have this very esteemed panel of women. I think we are on a little bit of a roll this afternoon in having a back-to-back set of panels of women and women of color, so really excited about that. Let's jump right in, which is to say that the women sitting on this stage today really represent some very important organizations in the movement doing very important work, and I would like for them to take an opportunity to really talk about that. Virginia, let's start with you. You're relatively new to your position at the League of Women Voters, a legacy organization with a very, very long history. Talk about what your role in the movement is at this time.
Yeah, so it's really interesting because I've been in this role since July of last year, and the League is about to turn 100 in February. And so one of the great things about being a legacy organization is that you have that kind of good housekeeping seal, that brand that people recognize and they trust. But as turning 100, we also have to reflect back, especially as we're about to see the 19th Amendment and the anniversary of that, that too many women were left behind, that too many were not acknowledged. And so as an organization that was born out of the suffrage movement, we have to acknowledge and own that history that even our organization was a part of. and talk about how are we a more inclusive organization as we move forward. And so it's exciting to be here because I get to kind of be part of the reintroduction of the League to the country, while at the same time, during this critical election year, being able to talk about what is important in our elections with all the disinformation that is happening right now, where people just don't know where to go to get accurate information or to trust anybody. Voters are confused. And so we are able to play that role. And so in the upcoming year, we're focusing on a few things. Obviously, it's celebrating and looking forward to the next 100 years. And really focusing on voter education. Again, fighting disinformation, that is a real priority for us as an organization, is making sure that voters have accurate information. And election security. Election security is going to be, I mean, you know, we thought 2016 was crazy. Wait until we see what happens this year, and we're already seeing that. And I don't want to be like Debbie Downer, but it's also about voter protection work. It's interesting, a lot of people think that voter protection is only on the day of, but our state executive director in Ohio was on the purge list. Imagine that. Wow. So nobody is immune. Don't think that it's just targeted towards certain communities. Everybody is at risk. So people who think that maybe they are excluded from that, they better think again. And then the other thing is just preparing and being ready for litigation when those things happen. Voter registration forms, for example, I'm really getting prepared to stand up. In Arkansas recently, those of you who don't know, or I don't know if there's anybody from Arkansas here, but yeah, there you go. Voter registration forms actually are asking for place of birth. So finding that sneaky way to be able to go behind and around this, you know, now debunked census question and find a new way to be able to intimidate people. And then for us also really around census and redistricting, we believe that those have to work together. And so really not only focusing on getting out the count, but also focusing on a plan for redistricting. I hear a little bit of noise. And having a strong plan moving into the next redistricting cycle. What happened in the Supreme Court on June 26th of this past year really was a wake-up call for us that we needed to double down immediately and start preparing for redistricting, because there was basically a green light given to gerrymander. And we also know that it's not, we're likely to see more racial gerrymanders disguised as partisan gerrymanders now. And so we're working to actively avoid that and to be a part of the redistricting process.
So basic ballot education, voting rights, protecting folks through the census, and redistricting and gerrymandering reform sound like some of your core priorities. Yeah. Alexis, I think next for you, it feels like every day there's a different assault on reproductive rights. And it's really been since day one of this administration. Can you talk about how the role of Planned Parenthood and your strategy has had to shift and change since 2016, since you've been in full-on defensive mode since day one of this administration?
Yeah, absolutely. And I would actually say, it's not since 2016, it's been since, at least since I've been involved with like 2010, the 2010 Congress, which I think goes right back to that 2010 census and the gerrymandering that happened, what's happening in the state legislatures. So yeah, I mean, like first and foremost, Planned Parenthood is a healthcare provider, right? We provide sexual and reproductive health care for 2.5 million patients, and we have been out there also having to defend access because sexual and reproductive health care has been politicized and stigmatized. And so the work that we've been doing is, on this front, is really to educate people and tie the thread together around this strategy. Just in 2016, we've had over 300 bills trying to restrict access to abortion. Wow. Yeah, 300 bills. But thanks to the power of many organizations and reproductive justice organizations in the ecosystem, we've been able to hold them, right? They haven't been able to go into effect. But yet, in fact, the fact that we passed all these bills, that we have a Supreme Court just took up a case that will be heard in March in Louisiana, and we know that if they let the law stand there, it's a trap law against abortion provider. If they let the law stand, there will be one doctor, one clinic to serve 1 million women of reproductive age in the state. So, you know, like the work that we've had to do to actually push back, and that's not even to mention the 163 judges that have been confirmed under McConnell. So when you tie together the bans, the judges, this one Supreme Court case plus the other 19 Supreme Court cases that are winding their way up when the courts used to be our backstop.
Right.
Our work has really gone back to the states, right? Continuing to like dig deep and drill down in the work that we need to do in the states to help with mobilizing, educating, engaging with our partners around voter protection and what we need to do to educate to turn them out, because we have 14 million supporters. That is clearly a reason why we are under attack, because we have the ability to educate and mobilize and engage people around these issues because they want to ensure reproductive health and freedom. But we're also seeing how we need to make this connection and continue to make these connections across movements, right? Because it's no surprise, it's some of the very same states that are passing these abortion bans are some of the very same states that are enacting some of the egregious voting rights bans, as well as the immigration
Right.
challenges. And so we are really trying to work this year as at the intersection to really think about how we protect and defend.
Yep, and we'll talk more about intersectionality in a minute. Maria, you've been in your job now for 4 months.
Right.
And disability rights really crosses every single issue in the movement, whether it's education, healthcare, voting rights. People with disabilities are affected by all of those issues. And so how has the role of your organization in this moment in time in the movement changed?
So I'm with the American Association of People with Disabilities, and we are a cross-disability civil rights organization. And the reason I emphasize that is because many disability organizations are focused on a specific kind of disability experience, and there's value in that. You might see a blindness organization or a deafness organization, but at AAPD, we're looking at the ways issues impact all 61 million Americans with disabilities. That's everything from mobility disabilities like my own to cognitive disabilities to Crohn's disease, chronic illness. And, in 2016, I was working in the Obama administration. And it was part of my job to make sure that the administration understood the pulse of the community, what their desires were, what their concerns were. It was also my job to make sure that the community understood the president's priorities. And Stephanie, I can't tell you how many times I would pick up the phone to call the organization I now lead to say, the president is interested in pursuing some opportunities to reduce gun violence, or interested in engaging in these ways on immigration reform. And the response that I would get is, well, we're a disability organization. That's not really what we do. And I think that was not unique to AAPD. I think that mindset was true for a number of disability rights organizations. But when you have disability organizations say, this issue isn't in our lane, what that means is that they only care about white, cisgendered, straight, disabled men. And again, 61 million Americans have a disability. So that's, communities of color, women, queer people, and in fact, all of those groups are more likely to be disabled. And so now, in the 4 months that I've been at AAPD, we have done a lot of direct organizing around immigration. The public charge rule is a direct attack against immigrants with disabilities. When you have a head of USCIS saying we're only going to take immigrants who can stand on their own 2 feet, right? I mean, that's ableism on a plate. We've also, and I'm very grateful to the Leadership Conference for this, we've begun to engage not only with disability rights organizations, but with other civil rights organizations to make sure that disability or civil rights are not used as a scapegoat to promote gun violence reduction. And a lot of proposals from both sides of the aisle, Republican and Democrat, use people with mental health disabilities, people with cognitive disabilities as scapegoats for gun violence, right? After recent tragic events, we saw proposals to create a registry of people with disabilities. We saw proposals to monitor disabled people's social media to take away our benefits, right? And again, These are coming from Democratic and Republican leaders, and what we need our organizations to understand is that gun violence creates disability, right? We need civil rights groups to understand that using mental health reform to try to end gun violence does not work. People with disabilities, specifically psychiatric disabilities, are more likely to be victims of gun violence than perpetrators. And so any effort to reduce gun violence needs to actually start there, right? Ending the boyfriend loophole, for example, closing the Charleston loophole. And the other piece that we really invested in after 2016 was voting. And so we launched an initiative called Rev Up. It stands for Register, Educate, Vote, Use Your Power. And between 2016 and now, we have 32 different state coalitions, many of which include League of Women Voters, all focused around amplifying the disability vote. And we have a lot to do. In 2020, the Americans with Disabilities Act will turn 30. Oh, wow. Right, that's great. But at minimum, 60% of polling places are still inaccessible. And when you look at the great movement that's happening around enfranchisement for formerly incarcerated individuals, that's a disability issue, right? And so that excites me. 70 to 80% of people in jails and in prisons are people with disabilities. But we need to make sure that reentry programs understand what disability voting rights look like. So that's where I'm hoping that this program will lead, and that we begin to dig in more on a systems and policy level to address these barriers to the polls in 2020.
I just want to take a personal moment of privilege to say I worked with Maria at the White House and in the Obama administration, and I'm just so amazed and proud to see you in this new role.
Thank you.
And there was no stronger advocate for people with disabilities in the White House than Maria was. Next, Judith, the Advancement Project, again, another long-standing organization who has probably been through a lot of ebbs and flows in Washington, and not really anything like this moment in time. So how have you all had to recalibrate and adjust in this moment in time?
So for us, Advancement Project is an organization that works with racial justice groups on the ground, building power to end structural racism and white supremacy. So what actually has happened in the Beltway is not what the people that we work with are really caring about. This conversation that we are having about impeachment and things like that is not their concern, right? That doesn't mean that they're not engaged, but they're engaged on the things that are closest to home. And so for us, we consider ourselves kind of like the left flank of the left flank, the people who just want to get free, who are trying to work towards and with the genius of ordinary people on the ground in a multiracial way in which we can all see our future. I think we take a page out of one of our partner organizations. It's called the Dream Defenders. And one of the things that they say is, can we dream together? And that is what we do every day at Advancement Project, is dream about the country that we want to have. Dream about a world with no people being caged. For many of us, we know that Black and brown people put the mass in mass incarceration. And so we're trying to get free and free people out of these cages. We also are the folks who are pushing the envelope around, we started doing school to prison pipeline work, but the thing that we know is whenever we have wins, that the system morphs. The system readapts itself to give us the same outcomes for Black and brown people. And so what that means for us is that we went from trying to end the school to prison pipeline to now having a campaign with partners across the country for police-free schools. We just got to get them out to schools. They're beating up our kids, get them out. And then our voting rights work, again, can we dream together? The honor of being an organization and being an individual who was able to see the vision that Desmond Meade had in Florida and saying, we're all in. We believe in this. We know it can happen because it needs to happen. And that's what we do every day, is like thinking about the impossible and making it not only possible, but probable. And so that means this inside the Beltway stuff for us is, how do we connect what's happening on the ground to inside the Beltway? So when there's a voting rights hearing, how do we find our partners across the country who are working on voter suppression issues and have them testifying at these hearings, not just experts like myself and people in this room, but real people who are dealing with real issues, who see voter suppression up front every day, and making sure that we can incorporate those conversations. And then lastly, I think the other thing that's important to us is that we are looking towards what it means to be the majority for people of color in this country. And so we are doing a lot of work in not only having kind of conversations and discourse around being the majority, but leaning into that. We just started a racial justice base building network called Formation, which really is about people of color coming together in order to have a shared politic for the future, but also to get the skills and the capacity that our organizations need to build power so that when we get to 2042 or 2045, whatever year you want to use, that we actually will not be suffering from what other countries like South Africa have, which is having the numbers but not having the power. We want, people say demographics are not destiny. Well, we're trying to make it destiny. Yes. So that's the work that we're doing.
Amen. And that's a perfect note to transition to the next piece, which is intersectionality and the notion that true liberation of the structurally oppressed will only happen when we see our own agendas and each other's agendas. So I'd like to really ask each of you, and where we have a collective agenda, I'd like to ask each of you, where are you trying to create intersectionality with other parts of the movement? Maria, I'd like to start with you because you touched a little bit on this, and have each of you in your own area talk about where you're either trying to create more intersectionality or where you want to see more intersectionality with your part of the movement. Maria, let's start with you.
So I spoke to a lot of this in my initial comments, but one of the things that, and this is just really basic, there's a hashtag that started, I want to say about a year ago, called Disability2White, right? And it's accurate. When I accepted this position, I really had to think, do I want to be another white person leading a national disability rights organization? And in terms of intersectionality, on a very basic day-to-day level, if you're thinking about an issue, if you're hosting a meeting, think about disability, right? And similarly for us, it's think about how the issues we work on impact communities of color, impact queer people, impact rural communities, impact Native and Indigenous people. And then let's say you think, disability, I need to get this in my meeting. I need to get this in my platform. And you call up a disability organization and they send you an advocate who is very established and white. Tell them to try harder. We need to have a culture of radical accountability for ourselves. And I am new to the nonprofit space, as I've said. And what I've learned is that because a lot of nonprofits, especially nonprofits who are doing great work with their constituent side services, aren't actually able to adopt and implement the very policies and best practices that we push out so hard, right? So if you're working with a small nonprofit, if they're 15 people or less, they don't have to abide by the ADA, which means maybe their employees aren't getting reasonable accommodations. And again, that's very basic, very tangible, and it's how do we go, the law, and everybody knows this, the law is the floor. Sometimes the law is the dirt floor. And so I think internally, again, we have to be thinking radical accountability. How do we really execute on the values that we preach, particularly within our own organizations every day? And that will help us achieve better outcomes related to intersectionality.
Okay. Alexis?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for that. I'd like to push us a little bit on the definition of intersectionality in a way that it is certainly seeing our liberation in each other, but a lot of people operationalize that as coalition building, right? That is more linked fate than it is actually really centering the experiences of the most marginalized and how we really understand what that means. Because if you really take that into account, it's forcing a different prioritization of resources. You're actually like, intersectionality becomes a strategy, right? It becomes a way of ensuring equity because you're operationalizing in a way where you're actually centering that experience, and it's forcing your brain and your own internal practices in a different way. I think that for the work that we've done at Planned Parenthood, we recognize the fact that our patients are living, as the reproductive justice community, affirmed within the women's rights movement. I said women's white movement, sorry. Women's rights movement. Slip. Oops. Yeah. That we don't live single issue lives either, right? And I think this is a really important operationalizing of intersectionality, and recognizing the fact that our patients are coming to us for reproductive health care, but they may be, we proudly serve people with undocumented status without asking any questions, and that's obviously the floor of what we could be doing. But what's also really important is that our staff at our health centers are trained for when ICE comes or when they move in across the street. That's the kind of work for us to be vigilant on, and thinking about how we work across movement to have the conversations. We certainly experience it when we engage our, on the political level, when we talk to our candidates. We have, one of the things I'm most proud about the organization this year was we created a candidate questionnaire that has cross-movement questions on it, right? So that, we are obviously coming in and making sure that the people that we support on the political side are 100% on our issues, but we also leave room so that we can be good advocates for our partners and make sure that we are sharing that information across the board and ensuring that we are holding them accountable. So I think there are lots of ways to operationalize it, but I think we have to really push ourselves on the definition, and that can be uncomfortable, because it means when you're centering the experiences of the most marginalized, you may not be at the center, and so your liberation, you may not see yourself in that liberation in the same way, but you have to be figuring out how you actually organize that.
Thank you for that. Virginia, is there anything you would add to that?
I think one of the things, for us, especially when we look at women in general, and I like to talk about women in particular just because it's the League of Women Voters, but we're in this third wave of feminism right now. We're in it. The first one, women of color left behind. Second time, women of color left behind. And so people of color were left to create their own institutions and organizations. So like it or not, there are primarily white organizations that exist, and there are organizations that are primarily people of color in the nonprofit sector, in the advocacy world, in everything that we do. And the League has been one of those traditionally. It wasn't until 2016 that our organization started to diversify because people were looking for a political home. And so what we're really focusing on right now is, A, how are we being allies in this space? And when I say that, there are times when, like it or not, again, we have a lot of older white women in our organization, and we're talking about racial equity, we're talking about racial justice, we're talking about you have access to power that in some cases other people don't have. And so how are you using that? How are you using that access, and not in a transactional way or a quid pro quo, but in a way that actually is meaningful, that these are deep relationships. And I'll give you an example, and it's something I think is really important. In Georgia, when there was, in this last election with Stacey Abrams, and we saw craziness happening. And some of our League members, their first instinct was they wanted to get to the polls, there was broken down elections equipment, and we had to pause and say, who else is there? Who else is in that space? It is not our responsibility to do this. Not because we can't or shouldn't, because it's not the right thing for our organization to do. What we needed to do was find out who were the organizations of color, who were working in that space, how are we helping to amplify, lift their voice, make sure they have access to the right people, and then be that partner. And so when we talk about that, I think it also creates more interdependency among one another. Not that you're not trying to diversify your organizations, but that we're looking at a way of working together that is respectful and that is collectively building power. Because if we're building power individually, then we become in this race, right? For how do we, who gets these resources? Who's going to get the most money? Who has access? And we need to do it in a way that is inclusive. And so we've really been looking at that. And we don't always see, we have to be self-aware enough to know that. And so building that within your organization and making sure that you're creating that self-awareness. And there's hard conversations. Hard conversations that have to happen. And we go with who's ready. And I think that's something that we also talk about. Not everybody's going to be ready for this conversation. So we go with those who are, because eventually the other ones are going to be like, where'd everybody go? And we need to do that. And so that's something that for us is really important right now.
Judith, you talked about this gap that exists between what is being talked about here in the Beltway and what organizations and groups on the ground who are doing the work in the states every single day are dealing with on the front lines. How can national organizations here in DC show up more for folks in the states?
Well, with 20 years of doing it, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard because I think showing up on the ground, you have to have a particular, like, why are you going on the ground, number one. I think too often national organizations get involved on the ground for some transactional reason, right? We want to turn people out to vote. We want to, we just got a grant to do X, Y, Z, and we got to go find some place to do it, right? Nobody asked you to come to their town. Nobody asked you to file that lawsuit. Nobody asked you to show up in the state legislature, but you're showing up because you have a grant that says that you can do it, right? So I think that at the heart of it is like, what is your purpose, right? For us, we're very purpose-driven. It is about power. It is about power on the ground for people of color. And so if you flip the lens and the thinking of why you're doing that engagement, you might come up with different ways to do it, right? So that means if it's power, then I'm listening to the folks on the ground about what they want to do, how they want to do it, right? Believing in the genius of ordinary people, and then belief that they understand their own realities, right? And then figuring out how I'm supporting them. We do a lot of work at Advancement Project. You know, people probably think, oh, whatever happened to Advancement Project? Don't see her on the news much anymore. Don't do this. Listen, we do a lot of work where our fingerprints are not on it.
On purpose.
On purpose, because they don't need to be. Because what we're trying to do is lift up the folks on the ground. Yep. And so it's important to, like, you know, yeah, you got to write it in the grant report afterwards, right? But often you do not need to be out front. This is not about a personality movement, right? This should be a power movement. And so we got to start thinking about what are we really trying to accomplish before we get on the ground and mess up with people on the ground, because all of a sudden we've done something that they didn't ask you to do. And that might mess them up in their own movement, because the other thing is that we're not trusting that they actually have a plan and that they know what's best for them. So we just have to think about a different way of engagement and what our purpose is.
I'm hearing seeing a lot of head nods and a lot of agreement in the amens. So shifting gears a little bit, looking forward, it's the end of 2019. 2020 is going to be a big year for a lot of different reasons. And there's a lot of conversations about this notion of scenario planning. Scenario planning around the census, worst case scenarios. Scenario planning to make sure that everybody has, access to the ballot and that everyone's vote gets counted. Scenario planning for what happens as a result of the election, right? And how we deal with different outcomes and how that may be challenged. I want to ask you all to help us think about what are the things that we aren't talking about that should be talking about as a collective progressive movement as to scenario planning, and any of those scenarios or just meta points that you want to make around things that we should be thinking about as we're doing this different scenario planning for all of those different big things that are going to happen in 2020. Anyone that wants to jump in?
Well, I was just jumping because I feel like we're professional scenario planners.
Women generally are, I feel like.
I think we are generally, and I think organizationally, because we've had so much come at us, we're constantly thinking about how to delay things like, being forced out of Title X, what happens with this, and even in some of the broad scenario planning of like win, lose, mixed scenario, impeachment scenario, all of that. we are, even in a strong win scenario, it's not necessarily a win because we still have these Supreme Court cases rolling through. And so, so I think there are a few things, and just to kind of tie a thread through some of the points in the panel, one of the things that I think has always worried the reproductive rights space has been the ability to carry that water through after the election, because not everybody is as, maybe not as comfortable talking about the issues or fighting for them, but once you get in the room, sometimes they fall off the table. So what does it actually look like in a coalition or at an intersection where we are carrying issues of disability or repro alongside economic justice and democracy reform in ways that actually really hold true, and that we all are versed in each other's conversations, right? Because I think we wait for this organization to shout out their issues and the other to shout out theirs, but we need to be able to carry each other's water, and I think we don't do that well. So like really spending the time together as movements to really kind of educate and understand and strategize together. I think you just can't, there's just nothing like breaking bread with people to actually really strengthen the movement and do that, and like, metaphorically too, right? So I think that's like one of the important things around scenario planning. And I think I'm going to leave it there because I think that's the biggest thing for me.
Anybody else, Virginia?
I mean, one thing that I would say, and I don't know if anybody else feels tired sometimes, but it's been a little bit exhausting a few years. But I will say is that the more tired that we've been, I also feel like the louder we've gotten, and sometimes it's even hard to hear our own voice. And what I mean by that is we are so stuck in our resistance right now because we have to be, because there are so many things that we're combating and fighting every day. But everybody doesn't speak our language. Everybody doesn't hear the message the same way that we do and feel it as deeply as we do. I know in the civil rights, social justice community, like we feel this right now. You feel it in your body. You see a tweet come out and you're like, damn. Every morning, Morning Joe, I'm like, I wonder what tweet just came out that they're going to talk about. But we have to figure out the messaging for everybody else who doesn't live, sleep, breathe, eat this every day, because a lot of people are just like, man, I'm just worried about my health care. Man, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to get oil in my house this winter. And they're not paying attention to a lot of the stuff that's happening. And my biggest fear is that we can be so loud and rah-rah at times, and not that it's a bad thing, because there's a moment for that, but it's how do we communicate with everyday people who don't live, sleep, eat, and breathe this? And how are we planning for those kitchen table conversations? How are we having those doctor's office conversations, just at the Starbucks, whatever, to be able to talk about why these issues are important and why people need to be paying attention to them? And so that is something for me that I think is really important.
Scenario planning is like scary, SHIT, often, right? Because like that's what, like our scenario plan is not like hope planning. Yeah. Right. So I always say to my team, like, we are in the business of hope. And that when I think about, I think about the bad world, yes, but I think about the beauty and the excitement and the power and the richness of the movements that we have right now. I've been in this game for a while. I won't say how long, but a while. And I've seen the trajectory of like, oh, ho-hum, civil rights movement, womp womp, to now, right? And people, I think while people are suffering, there's also this sense of like, we're suffering, but something's gotta give. And that we can't stay in despair, but we have to be thinking about what can be. Yep. And that people on the ground are building an incredible movement that is exciting, that keeps so many of us focused, that that's why I don't, this impeachment conversation is not a conversation that I am even listening to, because I know the people that I work with every day and who inspire me are thinking about something better.
Yep.
And so I just, think that in this moment, and as we go into 2020, And even someone who deals with voter suppression issues. That's the work we do, bread and butter at Advancement Project Voter Suppression. That's some scary stuff. You talk to people in the electronic field, the technology field, they're like, oh, it's gonna shut down the system, we're gonna melt, it's gonna melt down. People are not gonna be able to vote. And I'm like, oh, don't worry, we got this. Let's voter protection people got this. Yeah, right. But at the same time, I'm just thinking about, we have got to be the hope dealers for our people, because we have a vision and a star that we are working towards about what this world will be when we win. And so I just want us to focus on winning while we're scenario planning and crying every day. But at the same time, know that the reason that we're doing that is because we are going to win. And it's going to be beautiful when we get there.
Amen. Is there anything you want to add, Maria?
I don't need to add anything.
Leave it there. Well, on that note of hope and being hope dealers, I do want to end this panel on a hopeful note and really talk about what gives you hope. And Judith, you just talked a little bit about that. This panel gives me hope. In the hope in the movement, hope in this moment of time. I was feeling a little tired and downtrodden coming in here. There's just a lot that has to get done in the next 15 days before the end of the year. But this has really energized me, and I hope it's energized the room. Maria, let's start with you. In this moment in time and heading into 2020, what gives you hope?
There are three things I want to mention. One is a big systemic thing that gives me hope. Between 2014 and 2018, the number of people with disabilities who voted increased by 9%. 14 million people with disabilities voted in the 2018 midterm elections. And that's Black and brown people with disabilities, that's women with disabilities. And when we look at the total number of disability votes out there, so I mean broadly people concerned with disability issues, that's 35 million people. It's amazing. So that's my big systems thing that gives me hope. Talking about scenario planning, I moved back to DC from Houston, so my head immediately went to disaster preparedness. One of the other things that gives me hope is seeing communities of disabled people save each other during natural disasters and sometimes man-made disasters. How many of you followed the planned electric outages in California? Right, I see a couple of hands. There were disability advocates on the ground, not organized through any kind of formal thing, who were figuring out how to get people ventilators, how to get people generators, how to get people batteries. And I was over here being like, how do I give y'all money? Like, give me some kind of fiscal agent, and that gives me hope. Because those communities are building their power, and ultimately they're going to take on the state, they're going to take on the county, right? On an individual level, and I promise they didn't pay me to say this, but this weekend, the L Word is coming back on television, and I have some problems with this show. But they have cast a woman named Julian Marcano in the show, and she is a Dominican woman with muscular dystrophy. Wow. And, as a queer disabled person myself, like, the fact that I will be able to see Jillian, my friend, reflected on a major Showtime show, I can't imagine what that means for the 15-year-olds out there, right? The fact that, like, I grew up with people asking me, like, can you actually have sex? Yes, right? This show will help change all that, and we're seeing more and more disability representation in the media, so on a very individual level, that gives me hope.
Thank you. Alexis.
I mean, like you all, I think the shifts in representation and culture are giving me hope. I think that, seeing the most unapologetic, the fiercest, most badass young generation of activists out there fighting on so many different issues. And when we win, I know it will become because of these young people, these people of color, people with multiple identities who've been coming together and really bridging across generations as well. And knowing that we're building plans to ensure that that we're centering their hopes and dreams into the governing reality that we want to see, right? And I think we can't, like, even in tying that scenario planning it together, there are lots of people out there talking about HR1, there are lots of people out talking about, what are we going to do here, here, and here. We have to recognize the fact that the ways in which the movements are shaping collectively and together has to be the determining factor of how we govern and how we continue to run through the tape. And I do have a tremendous amount of hope. I feel like just over the last decade, when we were kind of dealt, at least for some of our cohorts, a decades-long challenge of structural reform that we need to continue to fight. I can already see the power building happen. I saw it for us in 2018 when we elected a pro-choice Congress. I saw it, in this last month, literally when we had 8-year plays in Virginia and surprise Kentucky. Ways in which places where we thought we'd never kind of get back to even thinking that imagination. And being free and knowing that now actually, we have the plan for the imagination to actually govern. And so I think that the playbook, it moves so quickly. And even just within the last decade, at least the last decade that I've been involved at our organization and connecting with others, that we're feeling the energy and it feels good. So even though we're tired and we're weary, we got to know the difference between being weary and being wary. And I feel like we can be tired, we can take a nap, but we have to believe that we can be hopeful.
Virginia, close us out.
Oh my God. I mean, I look at this room, I look at the women on this stage, and I just feel inspired. This is like refilling my cup in so many ways. I look at where we are at this moment in time. Like, we are at a critical point in history. The history books will write about this moment. And I have so much confidence in the leaders and the people standing here today, standing in this moment and taking advantage and saying, not only will we defend, but we will advance. We will make this country a better place. We will have the kind of country that we want. And we will pass through this moment victorious. And that for me really means something. And so it's what gives me hope. It inspires me. And then, on a personal note, my kids are 24 and 28 years old, and my sons vote. And that makes me really happy, just to know that they go out there and they're doing their duty. And I know a lot of young people are going to go out there and they are going to change this country. And so that's it.
Well, we are at time, and I want to just thank everybody in the audience for the work that you do every single day. I want to thank Judith, Maria, Alexis, and Virginia for the work that they do and the service that they do for the movement and for being a part of this panel. Let's give them a round of applause.
Won't you celebrate with me what I have shaped into a kind of life? I had no model. Born in Babylon, non-white woman.
I had to tell the truth. I could not keep silent.
What did I see to be except myself?
President Trump is already making a huge impact on the nation's courts.
Anyone who cares about civil rights has to care who sits on the bench. Trump is stacking the courts with unqualified judges who do not uphold civil rights.
Do you believe that Brown versus Board of Education was correctly decided?
Senator, I don't mean to be coy. And these judges will serve for life.
But we are standing strong in the fight for our courts.
Protesters have gathered. They are demanding that their voices be heard.
The way that justice works is you recognize harm, you take responsibility for it, and then you begin to repair it. I am here because I believe it is my civic duty to tell you what happened to me.
Our country is founded on liberty and justice for all. And all means all.
We must defend democracy.
I made it up here, on this bridge between starshine and clay.
FAR doesn't have the votes to be confirmed.
My one hand holding tight my other hand. Come celebrate with me that every day something has tried to kill me and has failed.
Now, welcome to the stage, principal of the Rabin Group and CNN analyst Elliott Williams.
Oh my God, this is the first time I've been introduced to Christina Aguilera. That was awesome. My gosh. I think I kind of want that to be my intro music all the time. I want to be like a pro wrestler or a relief pitcher and have Christina Aguilera piped in every time I walk into a room. That was really cool. So thank you, Leadership Conference, for that. So let me just get everybody else out here and then we can quickly just get into it. So we are joined today by Dahlia Lithwick, who's senior editor at Slate Magazine, or Slate. Who did not get intro music, I will note. She is twice the human being I am, but does not get intro music. Maya Wiley, another legal analyst at MSNBC. And Ari Berman from Mother Jones. So we are here to talk. The nice thing about this panel and the interesting thing about all of us is that we all play some role either as analysts, reporters, writers in the media ecosystem. And the questions for all of us today, and the big question is the media failing us ultimately? And how are we doing as institutions and norms of government and of what ought to be a more perfect union continue to be attacked? How is the media doing? And I think on three big points that were, the Republic not falling, the media would serve as a protector of. Number one, a thriving democracy, protecting a thriving democracy. Number two, preserving democratic institutions. And number three, and this is the big one, and we'll talk about this in the context of particularly the Trump administration, but just where we are in 2019, information, misinformation, and disinformation, particularly regarding, for this crowd, the census, voting rights, and the courts, right? So let's talk about the courts in particular, because this seems to touch certainly every individual with every organization here, and obviously the work of the Leadership Conference most specifically. A number of times over the last several years, and I'll ask everybody, there's an open-ended question for everybody. A number of times over the last several years, lower courts in particular have stopped or slowed some of the more noxious or toxic aspects that the administration, the Trump administration, the president, has brought. Yet somehow the pipeline of judges keeps moving at an alarming rate. And Mitch McConnell has even said, this is his number one priority as majority leader, packing the courts in effect. Somehow, conservatives vote on judges in a way that progressives do not. Dahlia and I did a panel on this a few months ago on this very issue. Why don't progressives care? What is it about? And so the question for us today is the media failing in that regard? Why don't progressives, why don't people who care about voting rights and the census and all of these other fundamental civil rights issues, why is this not important to them? So you all have the floor. Whoever wishes to go first, go for it. Maya Wiley.
Wait, why do I have to answer the hard question first?
Dahlia.
Dahlia Lithwick.
I'm Dahlia. You're
I'll
the
start
court
just because
person.
I have a rant in a box about this.
Rant in a box.
And the rant just goes as follows. going into the 2016 presidential election, there was a court vacancy that had been held open for 8 months. There was an 83-year-old, a 79-year-old, and a 78-year-old that comprised the moderate or left bloc of the court. And not only did Donald Trump hand out a list of these are going to be my court picks, I'm running on this, he would give speeches in which he would say, you have to vote for me even if you hate me because the court. He made it front and center, I think the hallmark of his campaign. Progressives not only didn't make it front and center, but as Republican Senate candidates were by October emboldened to say, if Hillary wins, we'll keep this seat open for 8 more years. We don't care if there's 4 justices on the court. This is what we're going to do. Not a single Democrat running in the Senate made it an issue. So there was, I think, an enthusiasm gap is what we call it around organizing about it, talking about it, messaging about it. But then more urgently, all the exit polls showed that by a 2-to-1 margin, people who ranked the court as their number one issue broke for Donald Trump. So not only did they carefully message this and plan this, it worked. And, we can talk about and should talk about the role the media played in that. But I think at some level, this just has a decades-long history in just the disparity, the profound disparity between privileging the court as a really urgent existential issue and, Democrats who tend to say, I care about the environment, I care about workers, I care about racial justice, I care about voting, and 12th on that list is the court. And I think that has been an almost unassailable discrepancy.
Yeah, and I think just picking up on what Dahlia said, I think if you go back and you look at the history of the courts, I think in a lot of ways, the conservative movement in the Republican Party, one of the foundational principles was opposition to these really important Supreme Court decisions. So you look at Brown versus Board of Education, or Roe v. Wade, or the upholding of the Voting Rights Act and all the civil rights cases in the 1960s, which was a brief moment in our history when the Supreme Court was progressive. I think all of those things were foundational moments for the Republican Party, and they realized that getting the courts were the most important thing to protect all of their other issues. So Dahlia's right. Like, liberals look at the courts and they say, we care about all these things and then we care about the courts. And conservatives say we care about all of these things, and if we get the courts, that's how we're going to protect it. That's how we're going to protect big business. That's how we're going to protect attacks and abortion. That's how we're going to protect voter suppression laws, all by getting the courts. And I think that's why Mitch McConnell has made this not just his number one project, his only project. Right. I mean, you look at the Bush administration, they did a lot of things and the courts. Right now, the only thing happening in Washington is Trump saying a bunch of crazy stuff, impeachment hearings, and then every single day, 4, 5, 6 judges getting confirmed.
And notice that we're using the language of liberals and conservatives, progressives versus conservatives. It's not a progressive versus conservative binary. It's literally, like you said, voting rights, reproductive health, racial justice, and on down. These are not liberal versus conservative or progressive versus conservative values. But somehow, and I think we're all accepting the premise that a lot of folks who are more aligned to these issues do not make courts as their own matter a primary voting point.
I absolutely agree with Dahlia and Ari. I would add that if you think about the history, particularly of the civil rights movement, the judges that voted our way, we never expected to. I mean, it's not like, if you think about, John Paul Stevens was not a lefty. The Warren Court was a surprise. And I only say that because I think for a lot of folks, it wasn't like organized. There was a strategy around court cases, but even the civil rights history was not about, originally was not about getting people on the court because we did not have that kind of, we were still trying to amass the power. The other thing is if you look today at, the primary base that is the Trump base that does not erode, one of the characteristics is evangelicalism. And I think that also goes to why it's very, very easy to organize around the courts as a primary issue because they're very, very focused Roe v. Wade in particular, but other kinds of issues of what it means to have a socially conservative country necessarily does require the courts in a way that and I just want to share one anecdote.
Oh, yeah.
Because right after the election, some of us were, I'm on here in a media panel, although I don't consider myself a journalist. I just am on TV sometimes. And I as part of my advocacy work, I was in a meeting with a lot of amazing, wonderful leaders. It was right after the election. It was a strategy session on what do we do. And two of us proposed making the Supreme Court a primary focus of a thread that linked all of us, because all of the groups were very, very different in terms of what their issue, focus, or constituency was. That was the through point. And except for two of us, everyone else just kind of, it was blank stare. And so this notion of even talking about it at the beginning of the Trump process was not on the table for a lot of very smart, really important organizations.
And, the John Paul Stevens point is a very powerful one, because right now what we are seeing is, in the end, you're seeing some of this from the president, treating judges as a political arm of the presidency and regarding the appointment of judges necessarily as, which is a major fundamental shifting norm, that the idea that, so for instance, David Souter also did not vote the way they thought he would have, but right now it appears that the president regards his nominees as his folks and meant to carry out his... Anyway.
Or the Federalist Society's folks.
I mean, I do think money is a huge piece of this, and that a failure to connect Citizens United,
yes,
dark money, the millions and millions and millions of undisclosed dollars that went to, for instance, killing the Merrick Garland nomination. There was no analog among progressives. There was not millions and millions and millions of dollars going to TV commercials trying to support Merrick Garland. There was crickets playing harmonicas. Like, there was nothing. And, so then you have millions and millions of dollars that are, go to Federalist Society and other organizations, and you have, I think one of the lessons sort of after the Powell memo in the 1980s, when it became clear that capturing the courts, the way Ari describes, was going to be sort of the end game, I think that one of the real lessons that we can see now in the rearview mirror is how cheap it is to buy a state Supreme Court, how cheap it is to buy a district court judgeship. It's much easier to buy the court system than it is to buy the other levers of democracy. And I think that we sort of were asleep at the switch while this machine of money and influence was hard at work for decades.
Yeah, I just want to connect one piece. I think that's absolutely right, and particularly what it means structurally. But one piece that was coming up in some of the earlier panels that I was privileged to hear a piece of. I mean, Judith Brown Diana said something that was so important, which is like these things we're talking about. We have people in communities who are struggling just to survive. It's very hard to talk to people who are struggling just about survival. About what's happening on the Supreme Court or on the appellate court. It seems it's so far removed from just making it through the day. And we sometimes lose focus on that. So the money piece is also about how we invest in people and communities to meet needs and solve problems. And as long as you can starve people, you can also disempower their ability to engage in structural change. And I think we have to make sure we're recognizing that. And I just wanted to shout out the other thing that we heard earlier that we also, 61 million people in this country are people who have some form of disability, and the cross-cutting nature of that. And that's not something we hardly ever touch either in terms of how it connects and what people are struggling with in terms of survival. So I just think it's important for us to acknowledge that there's an incredible privilege for those of us who are able to take time, and I recognize my privilege in this, right, who are able to take time and resources to say, oh, let's look at these levers of power at these very high levels when we don't have to struggle day to day.
What I'd be curious about is sort of working class voters who voted for Trump, to what extent arguments about the court resonate with them. And you know, I don't know if you've reported on this, but perhaps it's the case that somehow something is hooking those folks. I guess this is the premise of the book, What's the Matter with Kansas, where people ultimately can be made to vote against their own interests, particularly even on questions of the courts. You're making a face.
When we have always had a racial divide on
Yeah.
voting that had nothing to do with people's interests.
Yeah.
That's all. That was my face.
Okay, good. No. I'm used to the face.
He has to see the face all the time.
Sorry, I do see the face all the time.
I mean, I think, I don't know if it's specific to working class Trump voters, but I think in general, what you hear a lot from Trump voters who might be on the fence in general is that they don't like him personally. They don't like his conduct. They don't like the way he behaves, but they like the judges. I mean, that is a consistent theme throughout so many different aspects of the Trump coalition, particularly evangelicals, right? Because there's no moral case you can make for Trump as a person.
There's an important distinction, white evangelicals.
White evangelicals.
Because that's a very critical distinction to make. Right.
Yeah. But I think, but to the extent that cultural issues are perceived as people voting against their economic interests, right? And so maybe their cultural issue is they don't like abortions, or maybe their cultural issue is they want to keep their guns, or whatever it is. They view these issues as being protected by a safe Supreme Court, right? So they don't view the current Supreme Court as a threat to those issues. So to that extent, I think the court may be keeping them in the Trump column.
So.
I would just add, because I think this is where we can fold in the media,
right.
Because I think actually the media, and I put myself in that bucket, does a pretty bad job of helping voters understand what the courts actually do.
Yes.
And I think that, you know, we could talk for hours, we don't need to, about the ways in which I think the media colludes with the courts to tell the most benign story about the courts, and also a sort of fanciful, oracular story about, you know, this apolitical court. But I also think that in addition to, you know, what Maya's talking about, which is, you know, evangelical, white, working class voters who support Trump for religious reasons, I think it's really important to see there's another chunk of this, which is that this current Supreme Court is the most pro-business court that we have had in a century. This is the most deregulatory court. It will actually lead the way to dismantling the administrative state, and you know, we've got Brett Kavanaugh now signing off as the 5th vote for that project. So again, I think that the fact that this is a pro-business, anti-union, you know, just reversed itself to help dismantle public sector unions, and all of that somehow doesn't ever surface to the top. And so in addition to the sort of religious voting against interest, I think there is this economic voting against interest that would require understanding how absolutely radical the Roberts Court is.
Well, I think it's not just that the media, us excluded, of course, do a bad job of covering the courts. The media just don't cover the courts, period. I mean, Vanita tweeted out this week an absolutely shocking stat. Trump had just confirmed, the Senate had just confirmed Trump's 170th judge. I mean, that is such an astonishing number of judges. Well, and aside from one or two things, doesn't get covered. And then when the case is, let's say there's a big Supreme Court case, it's covered in a very narrow way that's very inaccessible to a lot of people. So people don't go on the ground and say, what is the real world impact of a census case, which might seem very into weeds, but affects millions and millions. You could literally say affects every single American. We don't go out and tell those stories of how this impacts the ordinary person. We have a small number of correspondents covering a hearing that's not televised, that's not accessible, that you're not even get the audio from sometimes until a week after, right? You're not going to hear the judges announcing the case until 6 months after. So the entire thing is so hard to wrap your head around that people just decide we're not going to cover it at all, or we're going to cover it in the most inaccessible way.
And sorry to jump in, the staggering statistic almost isn't the 170. It's the percentage of the sitting federal judges that were nominated by this president. And I believe it's someone in here will know this off the top of their head, but it's 25% or something.
I think it's a quarter of the appeals court.
Yeah, quarter of the appeals courts. Let's stay on this because the president's gone after courts. The president personally has gone after courts, and there's also opening and beginning a norm of attacking the courts as an institution. But that's not the only institution that has come under assault by, and again, I don't want to make today all about Donald Trump, but he's sort of the president in the room, right? I was proud of that. But, okay, number one, for the purpose of today, fake news, the very concept of regarding the news media as fake or / enemies of the state is itself a norm that has been allowed. The intelligence community being attacked, not just by the president, has become a norm. Like I said, courts, we're now at the point at which the diplomatic corps and military generals and admirals are now within the crosshairs where it's fair game to attack them. So fundamentally, putting all of these things together, this is the erosion of how we regard basic institutions. And the one that would seem to be best positioned to address that would be the media. How are the media doing in that regard, do you folks think?
Can we... So I think I just want to say before answering that primary part of your question, we're talking about the media and we're not defining it.
Sure.
Because I think that, first of all, what you can get as content on TV, as we know, like cable news, is very different from what you can get in print content, right? Like cable news is going to cover 3 topics. And it's all going to be very visual topics, and they're not going to foreground the structural,
Well, I would argue that they're covering one topic, which is Trump,
right.
and then there's variations on a theme.
Exactly, right? But it'll be impeachment, it'll be, whatever he's doing abroad, and then it'll be like his fights with Congress on whatever he's. But the point is, that's actually endemic to cable news, so print media. Radio does a whole lot more, and also usually a whole lot more backfilling, and has the potential in a different way. But we also forget about social media and the way that both podcasting and blogging and citizenship journalism actually have a real place when we're talking about the media landscape. So the only reason I wanted to say that is because I think it's very depressing when we talk about media only as these very specific business-driven corporate platforms that are looking to sell ads and subscriptions than all of the other mechanisms available to us. And something like 68% in one of the latest surveys, was 68% of people say they get some news from social media. So that's a huge number, and it means that folks like us, when I'm saying the us, when we're not, advocates, people who are doing work trying to get messages out and trying to educate and do public education, remember that when you can't control, for-profit media, which is very difficult to control. You can get some earned media, but it's difficult. There are a lot more venues out there for doing some of these stories. And often now they're starting to better be able to influence what gets on the larger and for-profit platforms. So just so we have some power in the room.
But I would argue that we're in a very, very precarious position because we're getting hit by, when I say the media, getting hit by 2 forces. One is the delegitimization of the media coming from Trump, and I think increasingly coming from basically all aspects of the Republican Party. And then B is the crisis of journalism that we're in right now economically, which is we are well on our way to becoming the new steelworkers. I mean, every single day there are layoffs at major publications. USA Today is going to cease print soon. I mean, they're at every single hotel in America, and soon you're not going to have that at all. So the New York Times is doing well, the Washington Post is doing well, some of the smaller places, Mother Jones, Slate, etc., we're doing fine, but broadly speaking, the media is hemorrhaging jobs at the same time that Trump and other elements of the Republican Party are waging war against us. And so I'm very afraid of this because I don't think you can have a vibrant democracy without a vibrant news media. And I think a lot of the stories in particular that affect democracy are going to be covered at the local level by places that aren't primarily driven by profit. And if those things aren't covered, we might not ever even know that they happened in the first place.
This is my favorite quote and it's from Homer Simpson, the legal scholar, and it's about beer, which has nothing to do with anything. But
It's something to do with everything.
Exactly. Well, so Homer Simpson's beer quote is like, beer, the cause of and solution to all of our problems. and I feel that is really true of the media. I mean, every one of the segments that Maya just described, media is the cause of everything that's going wrong, right? Whether it's Alex Jones, who's got Pizzagate going and actual people coming in brandishing weapons based on a lie. I mean, every single, whether it's TV, the internet, radio, there is extraordinarily bad stuff happening, and at the same time, some of the best journalism, thank God for Ari, because everything we know about voting is like one dogged, crazy person who won't let go. And so I think we have to be just really careful about saying the media is good or the media is bad. Everything you can say about the media has been said about the printing press, and it is a mechanism for tremendous social change and awareness. And I think Elliot's heard me say this before. I was in Charlottesville. I lived there when the Nazis marched in August of 2017. But for citizen journalists with their phones, none of us would have known what was happening that day. So we have to just stop and say, thank God that journalism now has a million lanes and it's not a bottleneck where only Dan Rather can go. But at the same time, it is producing a tremendous amount of garbage. It is fomenting lies and distrust. And I think it goes to Ari's sort of ultimate point, which is the thing that is precious, both about the courts and the media, is public trust. And if at the end of the day, the aggregate effect is that people stop believing in the media qua media, it doesn't matter how many incredible David Farenthold exposés on corruption you do. And that's the thing that I think is falling away, and it's falling away simply because the public now feels like, I don't know who to trust.
And I actually think there's a public safety angle to it, too, and I was talking to one of you about it, where when people are made to do distrust, media qua media, they are made to distrust the entity that will tell them to evacuate in the event of a hurricane. That is where we are right now. Sorry, Maya.
Yeah, no, I think just so Dahlia did a great service, as did Ari, in making both how dire and complicated the picture is. Right. And just to add another layer to that on this point is, when you look at distrust of the media, it does not, we are deeply divided over whether or not you can trust the media. So the lowest number in terms of population demographics that trust the media are Republicans, conservative Republicans. So that number is down to like at 15% of trust from the media. Democrats actually are more
They only
like...
trust Fox News.
They only trust Fox News, or maybe religious radio. I mean, I mean that literally, because to your point about local news media, that oftentimes that is your primary source, other than your local TV news station. And we forget that living in big media markets. The other thing is that Democrats actually don't have a particularly high degree of trust either, although it is significantly higher. But I would argue 51% trust in the media from the Democratic side is not very high. And I think some of it is for the reasons you said, Dahlia, right? It's at the same time, just again, I just want to insert these little points of hope. So some of it is that we are very partisan, and then our views are driven in very partisan ways. And independents are at something like 39% trust in the media, so not surprising that they're somewhere in between those polls. But you know what the trust in the media was in 2012?
This will be good.
40%. And now it's 41%. So, we do typically, there's no question there's an attack on the media. I'm not suggesting that. My point is the primary impact of the attack does have a locus, and it doesn't necessarily impact across the board. So I think our bigger challenge, and just my little anecdote, my depressing anecdote of doing impeachment coverage yesterday, and we're all in there, okay, y'all, what happens here stays here, right? I mean,
you are literally talking into a live microphone.
Okay, never mind. My point is, but this kind of discussion about, we did have this informal discussion about what the audience was seeing and perceiving, right? Because there's what we're seeing sitting there in front of the TV cameras pontificating on it. And then they were like, but what about everybody else? And then we're like, well, who is the everybody else? Like, who else is watching this? And who's listening to our digestion of it versus where else, if anywhere, they're getting digestion? So what are the Fox News viewers getting? And are they even watching the whole hearings? And then what pieces are they seeing? So I say that to say, you know, one of our challenges are, one, we're not getting our information from the same places, and we're getting very different facts, right? If we can call some of what we're hearing facts. And we're getting very different spin. And there's not much conversation that happens outside of the media between what these quote-unquote camps are, right? So, I mean, I just want to say that I think a problem that we have to address societally is that we're actually not talking to one another. And, you know, typically we could at least rely on, say, if it was the Nixon impeachment, and I'm just using impeachment as an example, where everyone was getting their facts and information from 3 network news stations. And all the 3 networks were sharing the same facts. You could debate how you interpreted the facts. You could have different impressions of what they meant or what was important. That's not what's happening anymore. But we're also much more likely to live and work and go to school in places where people think like us, which means we're also not actually learning from one another in any way. We're more segregated racially. There's tons of data and research on people being more willing to spend more money to shop at stores where people share their political views and ideologies, not to marry or date outside of people who share that. So I just say this because the media also reflects the polarization that we have in society that's outside of the news media. So it's a chicken and the egg problem, because they're obviously interlinked and interrelated. But whenever we have a structure we can't easily change, part of what we have to think about is how do we change our relationship to one another outside of those structures.
And that ties perfectly into the social media point that someone had made before as well, which is that you can actually self-select the media sources you get. You can self-select the individuals with whom you communicate, which is fueling and sort of entrenching that problem. I want to ask each of you, and stay on this, the idea of the Rorschach test, issues that America just saw differently. And I'm going to ask each of you about some aspects of your work, your personal work, and Dahlia, I'll say the word Rorschach test, Brett Kavanaugh, where, I mean, no comment, but you, I know where you are. You wrote a beautiful piece, as many people either in the room have read, and if you haven't, go to Slate right now and read it, about Dahlia's experience covering the Brett Kavanaugh confirmation and how you have not been back to the Supreme Court since then. Now, you have the floor. I mean, just go with your, really, because there's so much to be said there, but particularly about how that experience affects your ability or your thoughts about covering this institution on this very polarized issue.
I mean, I think I would just say, you know, in brief, the piece was just about being in the hearing room when Dr. Blasey Ford testified, and then that afternoon when Judge Kavanaugh, now Justice Kavanaugh, testified, and how difficult it was for the people in the room. I think maybe I would say particularly the women in the room. You know, Vanita was right near me, but it was just very destabilizing to be there and to try to sort of be your good journalist, neutral self while this was going on. And I wrote about having not been back to the court all term, last term, or this fall. And the piece was about something that maybe undergirds some of what all 3 of us are talking about again now, which is, you know, we all have to make decisions, not just as journalists or lawyers or commenters, but we all have to make decisions every day in our life about how much we're going to let things be normalized that we're not okay with. And for each and every one of us, that takes, you know, a million forms. And for me, you know, there was just a sense, and we saw it confirmed 2 weekends ago when the Federalist Society had a huge multi-million-dollar celebration of Justice Kavanaugh, and Facebook donated, and all sorts of prominent DC law firms donated, and everybody showed up and gave him a standing ovation. And as far as they're concerned, the case is closed. And I think all of us in our various lanes that we operate in really need to make decisions about if and when the case is closed and who gets to close it. And if we, part of our work in the quote unquote resistance is to say, I cannot be a part of a system that I think is now corroded beyond, my ability to believe in, then I think we do have some responsibility to at least pull back and reflect on that. And I think the only other thing I would say is that I wrote that piece and then got a sequence of incredibly upsetting emails from law professors who said, I'm so glad you wrote that piece because I haven't taught con law. I have not been back in my seminar. I'm not teaching students post-Kavanaugh, to which my response was abject horror. Like, you don't get to stop, like, who's teaching your students? My God. And so it also, I think, in a weird way, helped me understand that the act of taking yourself out of the game is itself really complicated, and that these moral questions about how much can I normalize, how much can I continue to sort of reify an institution that does not want to reckon with its own power, is also not a neutral act. So I think I would leave that there.
Do you think you'll go back?
What?
Do you think you'll go back into the court while he's on the court? It's hard to say.
I don't know. I mean, I think I, in some sense, wrote what I wrote because I don't think I will go back. I wouldn't have written it. A lot of us who cover the court are special pleading to the justices all the time. That's what we do. For years it was, oh my God, Sandra Day O'Connor is the most luminously beautiful and gifted because she was that fifth vote, and then it was Anthony Kennedy is the single most important jurist of our time, and now we all just write John Roberts is the single most important and compassionate human being. At some point, after
Samuel Alito is our champion.
Exactly. After a couple decades of special pleading, it's a little bit wearying.
On that note.
I didn't come here to be fun.
No, I know. These are not fun topics. Another one, and no one. So thank you for that, and thank you for sharing that piece. And I will reiterate: if you have not read it, go to it now. It is a beautiful, personal, searing story, and we should all be grateful for Dahlia's public service, frankly, as much as anything else. It's beautiful to have Ari on the panel because on another uplifting subject of voter suppression. And no one, frankly, again, back to the topic of public service on a matter that affects every American and ought to affect every American. But there's a problem. So there's a Public Religion Research Institute poll in 2018, as I know you're familiar, where 27% of white voters, which is in contrast to about 60 to 61% of black and Hispanic voters, are willing to agree with the fact that, or the statement that, denying eligible voters the right to vote is a serious problem. So again, less than a third of white people polled, and frankly, only 60% of black folks and Latino. Like, that's kind of a problem too. But you've written about this extensively, and on this issue, and again. What's going on here? And again, is it the racial divide that Maya was talking about? Is it a mainstream quote unquote media problem? Is it what is it that the public is not understanding the gravity of this problem?
I think there clearly is a racial divide because voter suppression has always been racialized in this country, so it's not surprising that blacks and Hispanics and other communities would feel this more than whites, because usually whites have been the ones doing the suppressing as opposed to being suppressed, although that is changing now amidst some of the demographic change. So for example, white college students, if they vote a certain way, might be as likely to get suppressed, for example, as other communities. But I think in general, the problem with telling the story of voter suppression is that it's not being told. Or if it is being told, it's not being told enough. So the statistic that I always cite is until recently, we had 31 presidential debates, but not a single question about voting rights. That finally changed at 10:15, the last debate, 2 hours and 15 minutes in, when Rachel Maddow finally, thank God, asked a question about this topic. But 2016 was the first presidential election in 50 years without the full protections of the Voting Rights Act. It never came up. There wasn't a single question about what impact might this have in Wisconsin or Michigan or other states that would be pivotal to selecting the next president. And then after the election, there were no questions about what impact did this actually have, which I and others dug into and found that voter suppression had an enormous impact on the 2016 election. And so we keep asking the question, who are people going to vote for? And not asking, for me, the more basic question is, are people going to be able to vote in the first place? And one of the things that was really clarifying to me was, remember the first witnesses that testified in impeachment, that first hearing, and the commentary afterwards was that they lacked pizzazz. And to me, that really got at the same fundamental problem with covering voter suppression, which is that, yeah, it might be terrible, but does it have enough pizzazz? And I think some people have just sort of written this off as a dry, wonky, in-the-weeds issue, as opposed to the most fundamental issue in a democracy. And then if they care about it, people are uncomfortable with saying what the facts are. They're uncomfortable with the facts that in many cases, these are white people doing this to people of color. They're uncomfortable just saying that. They're uncomfortable saying that in many cases, these are Republicans doing this to Democrats. They are uncomfortable saying that this is a shrinking minority trying to counteract the power of a growing majority. People are just uncomfortable stipulating these basic facts. And so we either decide to not cover it at all, or we both sides it, and we say, let's talk about voter fraud versus voter suppression. But we keep, and I think this just goes back to what we were initially talking about with the courts, which is we keep treating issues of systemic and structural democracy as these side issues that we can come back to later, as opposed to issues where we are never going to fix the problem if these aren't the central issues that we're trying to fix.
So that pizzazz point is a very important one, and something we should stay on for a minute. In part because I've said this on air as well. This is the consequence of covering congressional hearings in the age of the viral video, and in the age of raw story. You've gotten it, I've gotten it too, where Maya Wiley destroys Trump supporter on such and such. Well, that's not actually what.
I haven't gotten that story.
But you know what I mean, though,
Yes,
where
I do.
immediately what the audience is hungry for is the explosive moment, and that is the problem. Is that, and so you take impeachment this week. This is necessarily a constitutional process. It is supposed to be a dry process. People are somehow grafting on it the need for quote unquote for pizzazz and explosiveness, and that's to our great detriment. I don't know if anybody has any additional thoughts on that point. You good?
I mean, I do think it goes to one of the things that's hollowing out the media, is that if you put up a BuzzFeed post that says, Maya destroys such and such, it will get a kafillion trillion hits. And we used to live in a USA Today age where people would have to read, right? Yes and no, pro and con, both sides. They had to engage with truth and reality. And if you now choose to organize your media diet entirely around slideshows of side boobs and slideshows of, you can do that. There is no, and I think this does connect up to the sort of civics education point, which is, I think at the highest level it's kind of a silly debate, but I think that if we don't have sufficient media literacy to know that, a listicle of the 10 sick burns, that Pam Karlan got in is not the totality of, what you needed to know coming out of those hearings. There's no pipeline for you to get that if you don't seek it, and you're hugely rewarded as a media company for generating it.
And the other thing I'm concerned that we haven't learned our lesson. that we are still treating the Trump presidency like the Trump campaign, which is like a reality show. And I think if you get a situation where once there is a Democratic nominee, a lot of the media are going to say, we don't like Trump. He's a threat to democracy. He's a threat to our business, but he's also good for business. And maybe we want this guy around for another 4 years. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they cover whoever the Democratic nominee is, whether that nominee gets the Hillary Clinton treatment all over again, where, like, for example, look at how Elizabeth Warren was covered for Medicare for All compared to how Donald Trump's been covered for anything. Donald Trump doesn't have a single detailed, thought-out policy. And we're slamming Elizabeth Warren for how she might pay for Medicare for All. I'm not saying we shouldn't criticize Elizabeth Warren. I'm not saying we shouldn't criticize Medicare for All. But the double standard of how Elizabeth Warren was covered versus how the entire Trump campaign and Trump presidency has gone down, to me is a microcosm of what we're facing here. And I really worry that cable news in particular, and Maya can probably speak to this because she's on cable news more than we are, is that I'm just concerned that there are these kind of almost like implicit biases now in favor of Trump from an entertainment perspective. That are warping the coverage of him and that are going to warp the coverage of the next campaign.
That was actually my next question. And so as a legal analyst, you occupy an interesting role, sort of not as a reporter, not as a writer. How do you use your role in this climate, in this environment, and what does it mean?
It's such a good question, I want to answer it, but I just wanted to pick up just because I like hope. I hope you do too.
Oh, yes.
But this point about normalizing, and so I wanted to lift up one great example of news media not normalizing, which was Ben Smith of BuzzFeed News in 2015 writing a memo to his newsroom that it was factually accurate to call Donald Trump a mendacious racist and that they could do it. That they in their social media tweets specifically, not in their news reporting, but that they were allowed. But I just say that because I think that is an important, it's because it's factually accurate, right, was his point. Like, I can back that up as factually accurate. So I do think this notion, to Ari's point about like what is accuracy, is sometimes the antidote to this notion of normalization is not being afraid of what is truth. And so in the context of being a legal analyst, so what people should just to understand is when you're an analyst, your job is to be a fact-based expert. So just like the witnesses in the impeachment hearing yesterday were there to be constitutional law experts, you're supposed to be a legal expert. Now, of course, like anything, we all have opinions about what the law says and means. Like, there's no such thing as pure neutrality. And because some of these questions come up, I think what I have learned to essentially bring my whole self to being an analyst. And what I mean by bringing my whole self is I bring all of my experiences that help me understand how I understand the law and the facts, right? So I'll give you an example from yesterday, which was, and you can't plan this out, right? These are about being authentic in a moment, and you never know when those moments are going to happen or what they're going to mean. So we were going back and forth during the at one of the breaks in the impeachment hearings, and the question we got was, well, is what Donald Trump has done, we're hearing from these constitutional law experts, this is deeply impeachable and deeply problematic, and is this worse than what Richard Nixon did, or is it not as bad? What do you think, right? And so the two folks that spoke before me both said, this is way worse, this is awful, this is horrible, this is like... Now, on a fact-based level, there's things I said I agreed with, and I could say I agree with you because there's never been a president, so Richard Nixon was not, his personal gain didn't include violating our national security in order to make our elections insecure, right? So that was a factually accurate distinction between the two. But when it came to me, it was just one of those immediate moments where I thought, so my father was on Richard Nixon's enemies list. And so my response was, I'm going to take a different take here. Richard Nixon was deeply detrimental to the Constitution of the United States. Deeply. In multiple ways, and I said straight out that my father, and I said, because I'll be also transparent about, so part of that authenticity is you have to be transparent about your experience so the audience can make its own decision, right? So I was like, I am the child of someone who was on his enemies list because he was an activist fighting for women on welfare to have enough to feed their kids. I didn't say all that, but just so you have the backstory. But that's why he was an enemy, because he was fighting for poor women. So on top of Watergate, it was like to say, no, there were so many things that weren't even in the articles of impeachment, just like there will be for Donald Trump. But there's no distinction about the significant danger of a sitting president who is willing to abuse the power of the office for personal gain. There is no distinction there. The only distinction is that the Republicans made Nixon resign. That there was a boundary, and that there was a point at which there were sufficient facts to say we're done here. And that's actually what's different between this impeachment and the Nixon impeachment.
Now, that sort of predated, this idea of Republicans not stepping up to the president predates this impeachment over the last couple months. Going back to the day the man was sworn in, he has been enabled by a complicit party, right? Now, I guess, in the 3 minutes we have left, I'd love to hear why that is. But what is it? Somehow this president has had an intoxicating effect on his party and therefore on the norms of who is allowed to stay in the White House. What is it? And why did Nixon, why could Republicans turn on Nixon in a way they won't today? Maya.
So, look, I am going to say what I subjectively think is true, but I think I have some research to back it up, but I just want to say I'm sharing opinion. Have you looked at the polls in states in which Republican senators are in terms of impeachment? So when we say the impeachment inquiry, half of Americans are supportive of impeachment, that's not true in Kentucky. That's not true in Mississippi. That's not true in North Carolina. So in other words, the national average erases that they're very different voting populations in states. Now, that doesn't mean the states aren't purple. Voter suppression has some impact also as well on, what constituents are you looking to serve and keep happy versus what constituents are you going to serve. And what's coming out in a lot of the reporting for reporters who get the off-the-record message from Republicans is, it's my constituents. My constituents are pro-Trump, and I'm being rated on how much I'm protecting him. And I think we forget how polarized we are as a nation, state to state, and how the Senate is not actually representing the majority of the country. It's representing a very small percentage of the country.
We have to leave it right there. Thank you all for, again, not your work, but your public service. Each of you provides something. Thank you.
Back at you.
Sorry?
Back at you. Don't do that. Say thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you, Maya. But you all, I've said it, I can't say it enough. This room can't say it enough. You are all providing something valuable to the public beyond doing your jobs. And it's not, look, I say this, personally I say this having served in government, but also having now served on the outside, having a platform and so on. And you are, now granted, people are, as we discussed today, are polarized and even, do you read Dahlia Lithwick or not? And many people sadly do not. But you are providing something and are the thing that will save us if something will. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Friends, please welcome back to the stage Ashley Allison.
What's up, everybody? We have one more dynamic panel. But y'all know what that song is? You know that's what you do when that song comes on? You stand up. So everybody stand up. Everybody stand up. And you usually take 3 steps to the right, 2 steps to the left, 2 steps back. Hey, come on, Chunga. And then you swing it. Now, some of y'all might be on the 1 and 2, 1 and 3, and some of y'all on the 2 and 4. But we love you anyway. You're going to have a little dance break. Hey. Come on. Watch your neighbor. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. Everybody start shuffling into the middle because we're about to take a giant selfie before I see you, LaGloria. I see you, Prince. I see you, Gabby. Okay, Gabby. All right, Gabby. Sure. VP of Development getting it to Beyonce. Everybody come into the middle so we can take a quick selfie before we start this next panel. Hey, come on, come on. Bring it in, bring it in. What's up, Nikichi? This is like a family reunion. This is the family reunion song. Okay, come on, bring it in. Come on in. You can fill in the rows where the seats are. We need people to fill in the rows. Just fill in the rows. Keep playing and I might start singing. Come on. All right, everybody come in. We're going to take, come on up, staff. Come on, staff. Just bring up the house lights real quick. See, some people ain't gonna stop dancing now. Hey, now we got a real party over here. Nikisha ain't gonna stop. Come on, come on. What's up, Karen? Hey, come on. Come on. That's okay. If the beat is not your friend, just smile. Smile for the camera. I just want to make a good. All right. Step on it, step on it, step on it, step. Flag the right, serve the left. Ooh. I can't hit that note, so let me stop. All right. Got your blood. Hold up. Last minute. Just indulge. Just move this way. Then this way. Over here. Hey. All right. We got to get this next panel started. We got a holiday party tonight. Cut it, DJ. Cut the games. All right, got your energy up. One more panel. Plenty of time to swag surf tonight at the holiday party. Back to you, DJ. Thank you, everybody. Take your
Let
seats.
America be America again. Let it be the dream it used to be. Let it be that great, strong land of love, where never kings connive.
Question about citizenship could further discourage immigrants from participating in the count.
Nor tyrants scheme that any man be crushed by one above.
The 2020 census will determine where $800 billion in federal funding goes.
If we aren't fully counted in the 2020 census, we will miss out on political representation, on money for our children's classrooms, on jobs and healthcare centers for the next 10 years.
Reaching hard-to-count communities, our communities are our best hope for achieving a fair and accurate census. That's why we must expand democracy.
Yes, let America be America again. The land that never has been yet. Where those whose sweat and blood, whose faith and pain, whose hand at the foundry, whose plow in the rain, must bring back our mighty dream again.
Please join me in welcoming the President and CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights and the Leadership Conference Education Fund, Vanita Gupta.
Hi, everyone. It is great to be here. I'm glad that y'all got your blood moving. We were all backstage watching, and a few of our panelists are about to come out on stage and join. So maybe they'll come out dancing right now. Chris Lewis, President and CEO of Public Knowledge, coming to the stage. Farhana Kara, the Executive Director. Chris was one of them. He's just about to admit it. Farhana Kara, the Executive Director of Muslim Advocates. John Yang, President and CEO of the Asian Americans Advancing Justice, AAJC. And Lisa Rice, President and CEO of the National Fair Housing Alliance. So I am thrilled to have these really esteemed leaders on stage to have a conversation about an issue that is very much in the news right now. And before I begin our conversation, I want to show a video clip of Sacha Baron Cohen giving an acceptance speech at the Anti-Defamation League's Never Is Now conference just last week to ground us in a little bit of what's at stake, what folks are feeling really energized right now about regarding tech policies and civil rights.
Today, around the world, demagogues appeal to our worst instincts. Conspiracy theories, once confined to the fringe, are going mainstream. It's as if the age of reason, the era of evidential argument, is ending. And now knowledge is increasingly delegitimized and scientific consensus is dismissed. Democracy, which depends on shared truths, is in retreat, and autocracy, which depends on shared lies, is on the march. Now, what do all these dangerous trends have in common? I'm just a comedian and an actor, I'm not a scholar, but one thing is pretty clear to me. All this hate and violence is being facilitated by a handful of internet companies that amount to the greatest propaganda machine in history. The greatest propaganda machine in history. Let's think about it. Facebook, YouTube, and Google, Twitter, and others, they reach billions of people. The algorithms these platforms depend on deliberately amplify the type of content that keeps users engaged. Stories that appeal to our baser instincts and that trigger outrage and fear. And it's no surprise that the greatest propaganda machine in history has spread the oldest conspiracy theory in history, the lie that Jews are somehow dangerous. As one headline put it, just think what Goebbels could have done with Facebook. Zuckerberg said that social media companies should live up to their responsibilities, but he's totally silent about what should happen when they don't. By now, it's pretty clear they cannot be trusted to regulate themselves. As with the Industrial Revolution, it's time for regulation and legislation to curb the greed of these high-tech robber barons. In the end, it all comes down to what kind of world we want. In his speech, Zuckerberg said that one of his main goals is to uphold as wide a definition of freedom of expression as possible. It sounds good. Yet our freedoms are not only an end in themselves, they're also the means to another end. As you say here in the US, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Okay, so Sacha Baron Cohen speaking some truth to power on stage last week. It was a speech that went viral. Chris, why don't you start by just telling us what's behind kind of the latest agitation that a lot of us are feeling right now regarding tech platforms and the impact on democracy. Understanding, of course, that there's a lot of positive that the tech companies have brought us as well, but there certainly has been a latest wave that I think Sacha Baron Cohen is really expressing.
Sure. And thanks for having us here. This is very important. You know, what Sacha's talking about is really the frustration and, for some folks, the powerlessness that they feel given how large a part of our lives digital platforms and technology and the internet have become. I think you're absolutely right that we have benefited greatly from the tools that they provide, but we've reached a tipping point with digital platforms where there are now both positive and negative aspects to the way that they're structured. And so, you know, I agree with his call, and a number of us has started to call for them to be regulated because what we've seen in the last 2 decades is a convergence of communications tools all moving onto one place. So your voice, your video, and new tools that allow people not just to speak one-to-one or one-to-many like broadcast, but to organize, to create communities. All of that into one tool of that online connection. And with that comes the need to revisit some of the values that we've taken for granted on the old communications networks, whether it was phone or television and radio or grassroots organizing, and what rights we have to use those, but also what responsibilities come with using those. And that's why regulation is necessary to put those values in place for this new 21st century era.
And we're going to talk about that a little bit more and really tease that out. Some of you may have read, there's a series of media pieces actually in the last 2 months because Facebook announced about 2 months ago that they would be exempting politicians' speech from their third-party fact-checking program. And for those of us that had been engaged with Facebook and other platforms, this posed a lot of concern because we've been working around combating voter and census suppression on the platform, and politicians are often, and mostly historically, the prime perpetrators of voter and census suppression, and therefore to exempt their speech creates a real problem in how the platforms are allowing themselves to have voter suppression kind of permeate and be perpetrated on the platform. And so part of what we are responding to now is that we have been trying as the civil rights community to make a lot more strides in engaging with these companies after the lessons of 2016. But there's been this new round of kind of fire lit as a result of some of these recent policy decisions in the lead up to the 2020 election and the census that will take place next year. So I want to, though, start. I think of these issues as we framed it in a civil rights audit that much of the civil rights community asked Facebook to undertake, and Facebook is just obviously one, but the largest of the tech companies that we're engaging in, looking at the impact on democratic harms, but also hate online and content moderation, knowing that people have been radicalized online and violent acts, mass violence has been committed by people who said that they became radicalized or who actually live streamed, or the platforms live stream the acts. But the third bucket is the economic impact. And I actually want to start there with Lisa. I want to ask you, NAFA did some really groundbreaking litigation around housing ads and unlawful ad targeting And I want you to just tell us all about what that litigation was about, why you had to sue, and what it resulted in.
Sure. First, thank you, Vanita, so much for having us here and for teeing up this really critically important issue, because technology really is the new civil rights frontier. More and more of our services, and you think about the panoply of areas where we engage, more and more of those areas are being run by technology and the algorithms beneath them. Our case against Facebook was really about several issues, and I'll just tee up one of them because we're continuing to work with Facebook on myriad issues. But it's really about the bias that is manifest and then magnified on digital platforms. And it's not just Facebook's platform, it's other platforms as well. But the technology upon which these internet-based platforms are built, they're extremely powerful, and they work at lightning speeds, which means that because they're using the data that is replete throughout our marketplace, and that data is really imbued, it's infused with bias, gender bias, race bias, and other forms of bias. Because that data is tainted, what that means is the outcomes are tainted. Because the data is tainted, the outcomes that those systems generated are biased. And so our litigation was about some of the more visible ways in which bias is manifest on these digital platforms, but also the invisible ways in which bias is manifest as well, and amplified. The danger is because sometimes when you don't see, and even when you do see, the bias is standing you there and it's staring you in your face, we become immune to it because it's so right there in your face. And you figure that because it's so visible in some respects, it therefore must be okay and it's acceptable, and then it becomes normalized, which is the really dangerous part. Just as an example, on Facebook's platform, in the design, it had a system in which you could turn on audiences based on demographic considerations, and then you could turn off audiences based on demographic considerations, like people's race, or their gender, or their disability status. And these are things that are clearly protected.
Well, and I was just going to say, haven't we had 50 years of civil rights infrastructure and laws in place to actually prevent folks that are putting out housing ads and the like from targeting unlawfully certain groups with, why is that happening in 2018? Why was it happening until you sued?
Well, because, and that's why I say that technology is the new civil rights frontier, because the data experts, the science, the data scientists, these technology experts, they're not steeped in civil rights laws, but they're getting into areas that have been for a very long time steeped in civil rights laws. So if you go to a traditional bank or a traditional lender or a traditional real estate agent or an apartment manager, these are people that have been trained on the fair housing laws for years and years and years. In fact, in every state in the United States, if you want to get a real estate license, you have to undergo 3 hours of fair housing training every 2 years or every 3 years, depending on the states. But data scientists don't have to go through civil rights training. They don't have to get steeped or they don't have to go through that matriculation. And so they're building platforms based on just the very myopic and narrow set of sort of understanding and learnings that they have. And so things that, again, are clearly blatant, that would give us all pause, they're doing. So for example, Facebook's system, as I said, it had different audiences that you could turn off or turn on. So there's actually, under different demographic characteristics, drop-down boxes so that you could exclude audiences. You could exclude, and literally this is the drop-down box. African Americans, you could exclude. Hispanic Americans, you could exclude. English-speaking Hispanic Americans, you could exclude. and Spanish-speaking Hispanic Americans you could exclude. You could exclude Asian Americans, but there was no category for whites. So you could exclude every other racial category except for white people. White audiences were always the default. Now, whenever I tell somebody that...
They can't believe it.
Yeah, they can't believe it. But as we were talking to Facebook's representatives and other representatives in the technology space, they think, well, what's wrong with that? Right? Because they're not in tune to it. They've never been sensitized to it. Most of the developers in this space are white men, overwhelmingly. And the technologies field has had extreme amounts of trouble with diverse and challenges with diversifying that field. It is overwhelmingly white male, and these are people who have not experienced discrimination, right? And so they're not sensitized to it, and they also don't learn about it in their spheres of influence.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's both an issue around the diversity and background of the engineers, but also, I think, separate, like a profound lack of engagement with civil rights experts and expertise. And I'm going to push you a little bit more, and we're going to come back to it, because I want folks to understand 230, which is the legal framework that we're dealing with as well. But I want to go to Farhana right now, because Muslim advocates and other groups that have been fighting hate online for some time have had some real challenges, but also have made some strides on content moderation. Sounds like this wonky term, and I think if you could break this down about what is content moderation. A lot of us care deeply about free speech and free expression. What are the tension points? And what have some of the strides been made over the past year on some of these issues?
Yeah, absolutely. And first of all, thank you, Vanita and Leadership Conference, for this opportunity and to also bring this issue to the entire membership. I think it's a critical issue. And I first want to just underscore something that Lisa said, which is I think this issue really is the civil rights frontier, is the tech space. Mm-hmm. And how do we strike this balance between free expression and civil rights, and frankly, just public safety? Because for so many of our communities, this isn't just about rhetoric. This is literally putting our communities at risk, harm, lives at risk. So what have we seen at Muslim Advocate Center in terms of these content policies? And I think it's important to remember that these companies think of themselves as, and they are private companies. They regulate the content on their websites, whether it's Facebook or Twitter or Google. And in recent years, they've been starting to take a deeper look at these content policies. So basically, the policies that govern what content can go on. And what we've seen, just taking Facebook as an example, in its policies, Facebook has really come a long way in recent years. It's adopted what's called a dangerous speech framework, which is an evolution, I think, of a lot of us when we think about hate speech. We think of it, I think, certainly from an American constitutional lens. And I think we're oftentimes thinking about, well, is this speech really inciting violence? Is there some imminent threat of harm as a result of the speech? And some scholars have been looking at this issue and have been developing a broader understanding of hate speech, really using a broader framework called dangerous speech. And the idea is that there is a whole assortment of speech that is used to actually target and dehumanize groups of people, that creates the environment where then it makes it acceptable to some to target these groups of people for violence, including genocide. And so this is a result of studies not just in the United States, but around the world. And in terms of the Facebook content policies then, Facebook in large part has actually adopted on paper this notion of dangerous speech, and it explicitly says that if you dehumanize a group of people, it's not allowed. And even Mark Zuckerberg himself said in his remarks at Georgetown a couple of months ago that the phrase, "all Muslims are terrorists," is dehumanizing and is prohibited on the platform. Now, the reality is, what we've seen is that there's a huge gap between those policies And are those policies really being enforced? Because we know that dehumanizing speech is regularly on these platforms, proliferates on the platforms. And even as we raise concerns, and this is where it's been a point of frustration for us and our civil rights colleagues, is we're getting a lot of pushback, a lot of excuses about why this very clearly dangerous speech is still on the platforms and is not being taken down.
And so we've been talking about Facebook because Facebook has a third of the world as users, 2.4 billion users, which means that its impact and its platform really is the largest in the world. But in terms of Twitter and Google and other tech companies, has Muslim advocates also been engaging kind of more broadly? I don't want this just to be a Facebook conversation, although we have to recognize the very unique power that Facebook has. But I'm just curious about the other kind of tech platforms and what some of that work has looked like.
Absolutely. And I think some of a good deal of our efforts have been focused on Facebook, in part because there's literally billions of users. So relative to the number of users on Twitter, it's just a much more massive platform. Having said that, we do regularly engage with folks at Twitter, for example. But to be candid, we have found Twitter to be more responsive to our concerns than we have found Facebook. So for example, just to give one example, as I think folks may know, there's been a lot of conversation about whether Donald Trump's Twitter account should be suspended, given that he routinely engages in hate speech. About a year and a half ago now, the president tweeted basically a video and content from a very prominent British anti-Muslim hate group. And so we went to Facebook and we said, look, this video is it's incitement, it's inflammatory, it's demonizing Muslims, and we think it could really lead to violence. We understand you're not going to suspend the president's account, but you should take action against this anti-Muslim hate group. And Twitter did. Twitter suspended that hate group account. And so if you went to the president's feed, the tweet was unavailable. So I think there are ways we have found ways to work with Twitter, and we've gotten more responsiveness from Twitter.
So, John, I know Asian Americans Advancing Justice has been looking and working with tech companies both in terms of surveillance issues, concerns around immigrants' rights and surveillance, but also on the census. So let's start with that first bucket right now. What has been the primary set of concerns for Asian Americans Advancing Justice and other civil rights groups regarding surveillance?
Well, the main thing here, and remember the rule book right now is that DHS and ICE is really working very hard to gather more information on immigrants and find ways to deport immigrants. That's a baseline that we're dealing with. And one of the devices that they are using is through social media accounts, is through technology platforms, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Twitter, whether it's WeChat. That's not something we have talked about yet. I'll talk about that later. WhatsApp, obviously that's a little bit more limited time scope, but what they are trying to do is develop partnerships, develop agreements such that they could get into these accounts. And all of us know, right, it's not simply what you yourself has said in any of these platforms, but it's what your friends have said, what your friends of friends have said that appear on your platform, on your Twitter feed. And that's really where we find this extremely dangerous. It's dangerous at all levels, but it's extremely dangerous. I think, and this we'll talk about as it gets to census and voting rights as well. One thing I would say is this is not anything new in some ways, right? And I think Lisa certainly touched on this, is that these are all civil rights issues that we've dealt with before. Yeah. But I don't know if the right analogy is, right now we're talking about Marvel's Avengers or things like that. It's like, it's on steroids, and it's on a speed that is so hard for the average person to comprehend and address in a positive, affirmative way. And so that's the challenge that we have in our civil rights community.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right. And in a lot of ways, the civil rights community is we're feeling like we're a few years behind, even because the technology is moving so quickly. A lot of times we don't even know. There's a lack of transparency for the public to know about micro-targeting in this way. I mean, it took a while for us to really understand that literally some of these platforms could violate federal civil rights laws because they weren't even subject to them because of the legal framework, but you could click and exclude certain groups. And we were learning about this after years of them practicing this. And so we are catching up as well. And Chris, I forgot to mention, of course, privacy issues, which are a major central issue. In some ways, I feel like the privacy community, the civil liberties community, has been a little bit more ahead of the civil rights community. I'm not trying to create these silos. I think one of the things that we have to do is, and it's why I'm glad that you're here on stage, is to merge these silos, because we have to really think of a much more kind of proactive, affirmative agenda that is speaking across all of these issues. But tell us about what's happening in the privacy sector. We all read about Cambridge Analytica. We were terrified. Some of us had our data kind of stolen. Tell us a little bit about what's happening on the privacy issues and whether we should be hopeful because of the fact that you guys are a little bit more ahead, and what we can learn from the civil rights community side about our engagement with these companies.
Right. I think we should be hopeful because we view, and our allies who are working with us on privacy legislation view privacy, and that's one word to cover a lot of things. Yeah. We view it as a fundamental right. And so while the different platforms, whether it's Facebook or Twitter or Amazon, are designed to do different things. And so the concerns about each of them is slightly different. For example, if you're looking at Google search is meant to discriminate and give the user a specific answer back. And so what does discrimination and fighting discrimination look like when someone's looking for a specific thing? That's different than a Facebook or an Amazon. But with privacy, it's really about when you're using these services, do you have a say as a person over how information and data about yourself is used? And we're all at risk. Whether you're talking about the Cambridge Analytica scandal or even companies that people don't think about as tech companies, but they keep your information. So think Equifax. Equifax, the credit company, had their data breached, and that impacted just about every adult in this country. So setting rules around breach notification, but also setting rules and standards about when you keep and collect data. How long you're allowed to keep it, what information are you allowed to collect, and what are the rights of individuals when that information is shared with others. Those are just some of the things that are being discussed right now in federal privacy legislation efforts. There's multiple bills that have been introduced even in the recent weeks.
And not just federally, but like California has a major bill that may be the first in its nation around doing some of this regulation.
And so does Europe. And so we can learn from the lessons that they have in their implementation in Europe and the implementation that's starting in California so that we can get a really strong federal bill that protects everyone.
Yeah, and Farhana, just on that, these are global problems. These aren't just domestic problems. That's one of the things about the ways in which these issues are manifest and the reach of these companies. Are there any lessons kind of internationally and abroad about ways that other countries are dealing with this issue that can inform how we as kind of domestic civil rights advocates should be addressing them?
Yeah, I think certainly there should be. And just to first underscore the importance of the global reach and that this is something that's not just unique to the United States, but just to give a couple of examples, there's a horrific genocide that's taken place against the Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar, and even the UN basically determined that Facebook was a contributing factor to the genocide because of the ways in which the Rohingya community was demonized and vilified using that platform. We also saw earlier this year in Christchurch, New Zealand, when there was a horrific attacks on 2 mosques, the gunman actually live streamed for almost 20 minutes his massacre. And then that live stream was then basically shared on Google and YouTube and other platforms as well. And there are an untold number of copies that were basically shared because of technology. And so the harms are really grave. And just to give, I think, an area of the world where we as civil rights advocates, I think, could really learn from is Europe. So Europe has been taking a more assertive stance with the tech companies, including when it comes to hate speech, and enacting regulations that are prohibiting certain hate content from appearing on these platforms. And something we've said to Facebook is, look, you certainly have the technology to prevent this kind of content from reaching the platform. You do it when governments require you to do it, whether it's the US government requiring or asking you to prevent ISIS content from getting on the platform, or whether it's European governments saying certain kinds of hate cannot appear if you're going to be operating in Europe. And so we're pushing them to say, look, you have a moral responsibility as a company to adhere to a higher standard, because you're playing such an important role in our society. And if you're not going to do it, then it's time for us as advocates to turn to our own government and ensure that our government is requiring these companies to do the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, because in some ways it feels a little bit like the Wild Wild West and with these digital platforms, and a reliance on self-policing is a scary place for us to be. It's worked here and there. It's made some changes. I think that we all feel like even 2 years ago there wasn't the same kind of level of engagement at the policy level with a lot of these companies, and I think that's a really important development, both from the company side and ours. But the reality is right now is, I mean, when we're dealing with the census and the elections right now, when Facebook and other companies say, well, we're going to let these political ads run, politician speech is exempt, we are not going to even provide warnings on content that has been found by third-party fact checkers to contain virulent misinformation, and that stuff just is allowed to go viral like that. We have to contend with the reality of our voting laws don't know how to reach this kind of thing. And I want to get back to you, Lisa, on the Fair Housing Act and this litigation that settled just a few months ago. What happened in the settlement? What has the litigation accomplished? And what is the work that remains even after the settlement? Because we're going to start talking a little bit about legislation and regulation as well. But what we have been doing is both through kind of advocacy, but also litigation, trying to reach some of these problems in the absence of public law.
Yeah, well, the first thing I'll note is that many of these digital platform providers seek immunity under what is called the Communications Decency Act, which does provide them a large level of immunity. But
that's
with the Fair
230 law that I was referring to.
Yes, exactly. But good for us. I mean, it's a blessing for us that the Fair Housing Act allows us to penetrate that immunity in certain instances, and it involves those instances where the digital platform provider has a degree of control over the content and how the content is designed on their platform. And that, of course, was the case with Facebook. It's the case with many of these other platforms as well. And so what we did in the settlement with Facebook was we constructed this settlement in which Facebook will be making has been making 8 huge changes to its platform and in its policies and services and operations. I won't go through all 8 of the changes. I'll just focus on 2. And the one that I want to focus on first, I think really speaks to and underscore what we've been talking about, and that is referencing the dynamism and the power of these platforms. They're extremely powerful, extremely powerful. And also the dangerousness of the way that information is perpetuated or disseminated on these platforms. Going back to the point that I made earlier about the data itself being laden with all manifestations of bias and bigotry and hate, that is so true that Facebook had to build a completely new platform for housing, employment, and credit ads. You cannot disentangle the bias and the bigotry from the data. It's there. And so they had to build a whole new platform upon which housing, employment, and credit ads will be placed, sort of turning off the ability to target based on the way that I described earlier. So that's one change. The second big change is that all advertisements, every advertisement that is based on housing, employment, or credit will be housed in a separate platform so that any user on Facebook can go and access those ads anytime they want.
Yeah, and there still is work to do also because not every group yet is been protected under the settlement. Your settlement could only reach certain categories given the nature of the litigation. So you're now working to get broader coverage, right?
Yes, and there's a lot more work to do because Facebook has different platforms, and those platforms deliver ads in different ways. But because so let me sort of back up a bit because I don't think that we all appreciate the fact that from the inception of this nation, from the very beginnings of this nation, all of our housing, all of our voting, all of our lending, all of our employment laws, regulations, rules were race and sex based explicitly.
That's right.
Okay? And what we did when we passed civil rights laws was we said, going forward, you can't use race to determine who you're going to employ. You can't use gender to determine who will vote, right? But what we did not do was dismantle the systemic, the structural sexist and racist apparatus that is really the underpinnings of everything that happens in this country. So that those systemic barriers are there, and they've infiltrated every area and aspect of our society. And so that is why you could have two variables in an algorithm that on their face seem completely neutral. On their face, you wouldn't even think that they would be associated with race or gender. But in an algorithm, they could be highly associated and correlated to race or gender or religion, right? And it is the relationship of those variables that seem to be neutral that is manifesting the bias. I'll give you one example, a company that we're working with, an AI company called Zest AI. They were working on a project with an auto finance lender, and they found that two variables that were associated in the auto lender's algorithm. One was how many miles you have on your car. The second was what state you live in. So if you live in the state of Nevada and you have over 100,000 miles on your car, there is a 70% chance that you are a person of color. And the auto lender's pricing mechanism was surcharging people who had over 100,000 miles on their car and who lived in the state of Nevada. So guess what? That meant that people of color in the state of Nevada were being surcharged, right? Erroneously so. And so what we have to do going forward is we have to use the technology, and AI can do this, to detect and isolate those discriminatory flares that are popping up in these algorithms, and then to silence or mute them. And the AI can actually do that.
I love hearing Lisa nerd out on this because it really gets to the crux of the challenge that we have in regulating these sorts of platforms. I mean, you started talking about Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which is a law that we have stood up for and defended for years of public knowledge. Why? Because it is what has allowed and has empowered platforms to moderate content online. Let's be clear, Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act gives immunity to the platforms for third-party content. It is not a broad immunity for everything and anything that they may do. Why is that important? The third-party content is what they have the least power over. So if you're talking about real-time streaming, if you're talking about a post that your cousin put on Facebook and it's offensive, or it empowers them to be able to moderate without being sued for the choices that they make to moderate. And it allows us as a public to demand and request better moderation by these companies. If we lose Section 230, the alternative is that their lawyers will tell them not to moderate anything or to over-moderate things in a way that could be harmful either way. That's different from what you're talking about with how they structure their platforms. Just because you have immunity from a third party, Joe Schmo who posts something online for what they might say, doesn't mean that you have blanket immunity to set up a business model that discriminates. And I think those are two different things that we need to delineate between if we're going to protect the good things that we get from digital platforms, the democratized free speech, the organizing and empowering of people to get together as average citizens rather than being pushed out of democratic conversations because they don't have the power or the capital to buy a TV station or a radio station. These are the good things about the internet. And if we want to preserve those, we need to balance 230 with other reforms.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go to John because I want you to talk about the census piece and what the fear is around. You were talking about chilling political participation, but this issue around, and it sounds wonky, but it's actually, I mean, the reason why we thought it was so important to have this conversation on the main stage is because the tech platforms are having a huge impact on democratic participation, and we saw their impact in 2016, and there's a real concern about 230 and what needs to happen. I think there's probably a spectrum of views on stage about that. But I mean, let's just dig into this a little bit more, make it real for folks about like what are we really concerned about when we talk about platforms chilling political participation potentially vis-a-vis the census?
Sure. Thanks, Benita. And let me try to tie this together a little bit because I think Lisa and Chris have done a good job of sort of putting out two distinct issues that we have to deal with. Mm-hmm. So one, and I'm going to assume this audience probably already knows I don't need to preach to the choir on the census as to why it's important. But what we're very worried about, right, is that there's going to be misinformation, disinformation that goes out related to the census. Again, this is stuff that we've seen in 2010, we've seen in 2000. What type of misinformation, disinformation am I talking about? ICE is going to follow the census workers to your houses. That's something that we've seen consistently in past censuses. But in past censuses, when you don't have that online, you deal with it at a local level. You train your local government officials, you train your local volunteers to combat that when they see that. If you have, say, a high senior level administration official, perhaps the highest, that on April 1st, which is Census Day, say, be careful, ICE will be following to make sure you're a citizen when you respond to your census form. That's wrong information. It's false information. Census, anyone can answer it. Even if you're undocumented, you can answer. You should respond to the census. But that is done in real time to whatever 65 million, whatever number of followers that he has. How do we as a community combat that? What is the technology platform's responsibility to combat that? It's a politician. Arguably, it's political speech. So do you take it down, even though it is demonstrably false? So that's one piece that we have to be prepared to address. And we see elements of that right now. One example I would say, and this is in WeChat, so this is a different space. It's a space that's within the Chinese community. It's developed by a Chinese developer. And in that space, I have seen times when they say, don't answer the census, or the census, because it has check boxes for Chinese, Japanese, etc., that is going to cause an alien registry so that Chinese can be identified and discriminated against. That's out there. And so that's something that our community needs to respond to. And again, it's at a scale that we haven't seen before. I think the other element that I would highlight, so there's how do you deal with the misinformation, disinformation? And we've been talking about the fact that we do want platforms to be able to let all voices be heard, but let's be real too. There are false voices that unfortunately could get equal play, right? If you type in a Google search that says Census 2020, what do you get, right? If there is pretty sophisticated, I'm not a technology person, but if you're sophisticated, you can game the algorithms or potentially game the algorithms so false information about the census comes up as a sponsored ad, as whatever, before real information comes up. So we have to work with the technology companies to make sure that that doesn't happen, that you are at least getting legitimate information. And I know that brings up questions about what constitutes legitimate, what constitutes opinions, but that's what we have to deal with. I mean, it's not a new problem, but it's a problem on steroids.
And it's a problem of scale and speed.
Exactly.
That is really posed it in more challenging ways than probably we've seen recently. So I want to close with Farhana some of the solutions, and Chris, I think Farhana, obviously, like, what has engagement looked like thus far, kind of short of a public law framework, which I'll have Chris kind of speak to. You know, what does it look like for companies to be able to address the hate issues? And we know that hate online also has a chilling effect on political participation. But what are some of the solutions that Muslim advocates and other groups have been driving to, before I go to
Yeah, I would say first, direct engagement with the companies. That's certainly something we've been heavily invested in in recent years.
And how have you felt about the direct engagement? How successful has it been?
So I would say very, very kind of mixed bag. So it, again, depends company to company. Some companies being more responsive than others, and with regards to Facebook in particular, it's been very challenging. I think we have largely felt that any changes we've gotten have been largely at the margins, and unfortunately, because there is a whole set of issues that unfortunately fall outside of the federal civil rights laws, they don't allow for easy avenues for litigation. And so our levers are basically the advocacy levers or ultimately the government regulation levers. We don't have the litigation levers unless there's a change to 230. So we'll have to work with Chris on that, potentially. But, you know, there's a whole effort that we, and with Leadership Conference and others, pushed Facebook in particular to do a civil rights audit that they agreed to do about a year and a half ago. And this was kind of taking a page from audits that actually other what I call new economy companies had done recently. So Airbnb, which had faced issues of housing discrimination, decided to hire former Attorney General Eric Holder, Laura Murphy, former head of the Washington office of the ACLU, to conduct an audit of their platform and provided a bunch of recommendations in short order for how Airbnb could improve. And kind of using that as a model, we had urged Facebook to do the same thing. But in the Facebook context, it's been a much longer, drawn-out process. We haven't gotten the kind of meaningful, substantive, deep reforms that we think are needed. That audit is still ongoing, but I think there's a real question about whether the company, frankly, is committed to the process and committed to true change.
Chris, so you've written a book, and Public Knowledge has been really involved in this notion of creating a federal digital rights agency, and I'd love to have you talk about that. There's been a lot of murmurings around antitrust litigation and you know, whether the president has had undue influence over the tech companies because of the threat that the Justice Department will and can sue on antitrust theories. Like, what is the next, if you were to kind of vision out what the next 2 to 3 years would look like in this space, share it with us.
Yeah, I think it's a mix of things. I do think it's the pressure that you're talking about on the companies. I do believe that it can involve antitrust enforcement when that is a fix. And it's not just the Department of Justice. State attorney generals all around the country are involved in investigations to see if there's an antitrust concern with some of these companies. But we also believe that antitrust does not solve all of the concerns that we've raised. We talked about the privacy legislation that Congress is working on. I'd say the same about content moderation concerns. If you break up a company using antitrust, we call this the starfish problem. You cut off an arm of the starfish, well, it grows back, and then you have 2 starfish that you have to keep an eye on. And that's true for content moderation. It's true for privacy concerns. So for things like that, and I would include some of the concerns that Lisa was raising about, you know, how algorithms and AI are used and whether they're being used in ways that are biased. It just leaves more companies you have to watch. So a digital platform agency is what we've called for. I didn't write the book. My colleague Harold Feld wrote it, but encouraged.
Making you an offer?
No, yeah, I don't want to take credit for his great work. But in the book, we've called for a digital platform agency that will have regulatory authority over digital platforms. And it especially highlights the dominant digital platforms. And hopefully that will balance some of the free speech concerns that groups like mine and others have as well, where you can keep a Section 230, or you can keep avenues where folks are not using the largest dominant digital platforms, but the ones that are dominant have some rules set on them to fight against non-discrimination in how they use their algorithms, to fight, to promote interoperability and data portability between the platforms. Consumers have a choice of which one they use if they don't like the practices at one platform, or so they can take their data and control their data and move it somewhere else. We think these are important rights. But to have an agency that is expert, that's staffed with technologists who actually understand the nuances between the different platforms, is something that we just don't have right now.
And with civil rights expertise at the agency?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, we're talking about that right now. You know, people are talking about with the privacy bill, do we put a new bureau at the FTC to enforce privacy laws, but also does that bureau understand, or are they empowered by Congress to work with the agencies that already enforce civil rights laws? So I think they go hand in hand.
So I just want to thank our panelists on stage. I have to say, we started the day with these powerhouse women who are engaged in getting out the vote, getting folks registered, but we have to know that in the next year, 2020 is going to call on us to not only get folks registered, to not only kind of fight real-time voter suppression in all of the ways that we see state, local, and now federal government officials kind of actively perpetrating, but this has to be a core part of our conversation and our fight. We have to recognize the ways in which these digital platforms are shaping our economy, are shaping our everyday, are shaping our democracy. And the work that we have cut out for us in the next months and years ahead is going to focus, I think, a lot on these very issues that we were talking about at the end of today. It's going to take an all-hands-on-deck effort, but it's also going to take vision and imagination to be able to recognize the good that has come from technology and the very obvious kind of organizing that's happening because of these platforms and all of the like, but also to confront the real harms that they are posing on the most vulnerable communities in our democracy writ large. And we can't pussyfoot around it anymore. We have to get educated. We have to get smart and technical about this stuff too. And so we've got our work cut out for us, and I want to thank these great folks for sharing some of these issues with us today. Thank you.
Trump administration's plan to put a citizenship question on the 2020 census.
Friends and guests, please welcome back to the stage, Vanita Gupta.
Thank you. It has been a really incredible day, and I just want to give a round of applause to all the panelists and speakers who came up on stage to inspire us today. I want to thank you all for being here at our We Are Democracy annual conference. I want to begin by thanking the boards of the Leadership Conference and the Education Fund, and can we please give a round of applause to the extraordinary staff of the Leadership Conference and Education Fund that have worked so hard. I want to particularly extend special gratitude to Ashley Allison and Vanessa Gonzalez and their teams who've been working around the clock, endless energy, creativity, vision, and leadership that really made today's program possible. Thank you. And I also want to thank all of you, the mighty coalition. I mean, I think it's pretty remarkable that next year we will be celebrating our 70th anniversary. Our founding traces back to January of 1950, when A. Philip Randolph, Roy Wilkins, and Arnold Aronson called more than 4,000 delegates to Washington to take part in the National Emergency Civil Rights Mobilization. That's exactly what they were facing, a national emergency. Lynchings, mob violence, legal apartheid, prejudice permeating the most ordinary aspects of life. When the delegates arrived in the nation's capital, they received a list of just 4 places to eat, the only places known not to discriminate. For 3 days, delegates rallied and urged Congress to pass civil rights legislation. After all, the world's, quote, greatest deliberative body had refused to act on civil rights since 1875. And in 1950, they refused to do so again. Every bill challenging the grip of white supremacy died on the Senate floor. Sounds a little familiar right now. Our founders' civil rights agenda was laying in legislative tatters, and nonetheless, they continued to agitate. They were unyielding in their march toward justice, and they believed that they had too much momentum, though, to turn around. And so they created the Leadership Conference Coalition. From the beginning, our coalition was more than just a roster of organizations. It was a movement for a better America, a moral movement, a movement that was brimming with hope and energy and enthusiasm. Now, 70 years later, and 3 years into the Trump administration, our movement for justice is alight again. So let's just take a few minutes to remember and celebrate when our coalition has achieved even in the hardest of times. Together, we led a months-long coalition-wide effort to successfully block the Trump administration's attempt to add a citizenship question to the 2020 census. Make no mistake, that question was a deliberate distortion of the census to create a whiter electorate and rob communities of our resources and our power. We litigated in the courts, we rallied at the White House, we mobilized in communities across the country. And in short, we fought like hell to save the census, and we won that fight. That same collective persistence is at play today as our coalition aims to push tech companies, hold them accountable for rampant discrimination and disinformation on the platform. With 2020 drawing closer, we have to remain vigilant in the effort to protect the integrity of the census and of our elections, especially as some tech leaders double down on dangerous policies and politicians continue to rely on racial appeals for partisan gain. This is not a left or right issue. It is about the basic, most fundamental values of our country. This coalition is also on the front lines of the fight against discrimination in schools and housing and the workplace. We're demanding fair courts and access to the ballot. We're fighting for people with disabilities to receive fair wages for their work. And as the highest levels of government demonize immigrants, people of color, religious minorities, anyone who can be perceived as other, we are building solidarity across our communities and across our organizations. As Stephen Miller and his ilk promote white supremacy from the White House, we are making sure that no community is fighting alone. This week marks the second anniversary of the shameful Supreme Court decision upholding the Muslim ban. Today and every day, we are united with immigrants and our allies in the face of hate. Over on the Hill, this coalition has pushed the most diverse Congress in our nation's history, and this is a huge thing for us to remember, the results of the 2008 midterms, to move major civil rights legislation. In the House, we successfully fought for the passage of legislation to expand voting rights, to take big money out of politics, to ensure that women workers are not shortchanged, to prohibit discrimination against LGBTQ people, to raise the minimum wage to something that is humanly decent, to provide a path to citizenship for young undocumented immigrants, and as of tomorrow, to restore the Voting Rights Act. And guys, that's only since January. So as I go back to when we were talking about the Senate, well, we all know that all of these amazing transformative bills are going to end up in Senator Mitch McConnell's legislative graveyard. This is reminiscent of what was happening to civil rights legislation in 1950. But we are laying the groundwork, we are setting the agenda, we are making very clear that we are building the momentum for years to come, and we are going to win. Amid such a wrenching 12 months, these wins are a testament to just how much change we can affect when we are in community and in coalition, when we are fighting for our collective future. But as we celebrate these wins, and we understand the momentousness of what happened in the 2018 midterm elections, we cannot lose sight of the work that is left to do. We are again facing a national emergency. Hate crimes are at their highest levels in years. Children are still in cages, torn from their families. Senate Republicans are stacking the federal courts with the most extreme ideologues, the consequences of which we will live with for generations. By his own admission, the president tried to extort a foreign government to boost his re-election campaign. As the late lion-hearted Congressman Elijah Cummings once said, this administration has done everything in its power to suppress the vote, not help people exercise their right to vote. As Representative Cummings knew, we've got to fight a tough, tough battle in 2020, a year that is going to define our nation, but I also think is going to define whether we can save the soul of our nation for generations to come. All of us carry this legacy and have to speak truth to power, especially as norms are crossed and the moral floor drops from us. Remember, we cannot win if we don't fight. Looking around this room, soaking in the energy of today, of all of the rallies that we've attended over the last 12 months, 3 years, much longer than that, I feel optimistic. I really do. I believe the wind is at our back. I believe that because all of you, because this coalition is prepared for the days ahead. I believe that people are ready, we are hungry, we are thirsty, we are starving for real transformative change, for the kind of change it's going to take to build an America as good as its ideals. So together, let's make 2020 the year of engagement, of action, of helping all communities see themselves and their power in our democracy. And like our founders and the foot soldiers of civil rights before us, we're going to continue to agitate. We're going to remain unyielding in the march toward justice. And we're going to remember that courage is not only contagious, but compulsory. The more we speak out, the more powerful this movement becomes. So thank you for being here tonight, today, for the whole day. I want you to come out to the holiday party where we can celebrate in community and be together, and I hope you all come back for day 2 tomorrow. Thank you.
Please remain seated. The conference is not concluded. should love somebody and we'll rise. Maybe we can love somebody. Oh, maybe we could Thank you. Thank you for attending the We Are Democracy Conference. We invite you to join us for our annual holiday party in the Liberty Room across the hall. And don't forget, tomorrow we have a full day of amazing workshops starting at 9 o'clock right here in the Independence Ballroom. We hope to see you then.